Good evening, good evening. I am back. I told y'all I was gonna come back here. Yes, yes, y'all. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. I am here. I am back. We are back, okay? All right, it is currently 5:30 p.m. and today's date is the 4th of November 2024. Yes, yes, y'all. Tomorrow, Tuesday, the 5th of November is election day in America. Okay, so you go out there, you do what you're supposed to do, you vote. Okay, don't be at home watching TV. Okay, you better go out there and vote. Okay, do your duties as a citizen of the United States. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I am back. Yes. Okay, this is gonna be the second rally for the legendary 45th, who most people say will be the 47th. I don't know. That's my opinion. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Yes, he is in Pennsylvania. And of course, he is going really hard on becoming the next president of the United States. It ain't, it's not easy, man, to do rallies every day, 2 to 3 rallies every single day, 2 to 4 rallies actually every single day. And think about it, doing 2 to 4 rallies every single day for the past 60 days, 62, 65 days. And and today he has 4 rallies. He's done one in Raleigh, North Carolina. He's gonna do 2 in Pennsylvania and he's gonna go to Michigan. Think about it. Do you know how much work that is to talk for 2 hours? Every single rallies. And you know he loves to talk. It's like mind blowing. I am so sure he is definitely, exhausted from all of this travels, speaking gigs, and all of this stuff. But this is what he has to do. Like, if you watch the stream that I did a couple of hours ago, like 5 hours ago, I said hard work and dedication makes winners. So he's working hard because he doesn't want to leave any stone unturned. Because after tomorrow, if you don't, I mean, there's nothing you can do anymore. You can only just wait for the results to come back in. So I am happy he's going this hard because I know for a fact, my opinion is he is going to be the 47th. Okay. All right. Let me put the polls up. You know what time it is. Let me put the polls up. Okay. Joel, shout out to Joel from Nigeria. I see you, my brother. Zimat, Prince of Amsterdam. God bless you, bro. Uh, who will, let me put the polls up, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be in. Okay, yes. So my daughter just walked in with her grandma, and it's like, I gotta say what's up. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to the point. We are about to see this rally right here in Pennsylvania. Let's get it.
Very much, everybody. This is a great honor. We're on the 2-yard line, not the 5-yard line. 2 days ago, we were at the 5, now we're at the 2. But we have to turn out and vote tomorrow. We're going to vote, vote, vote. But we're right there. We're right there. And then we're going to do something, a term you've never heard of, make America great again. That's what we're going to do. So hello to Pennsylvania, a very special place. I went to school here, as you know. I spent a lot of time here, have a lot of friends here, and I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Great people. Great people. You built this country, I have to tell you. You built this country. You're going to save this country, too. You're going to save it. Because, you know, if we win Pennsylvania, not me, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole ball of wax. It's over. It's over. So I'd like to begin by asking you a very, very easy, simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? With your vote tomorrow, I will end inflation, I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. You're going to have the American dream back. What a shame what they've done to our country. They have destroyed our country, but we're going to get it back and fast. We're a nation in decline, but that will not be long, believe me. And after 4 years of economic suffering, we will create the greatest economic boom the world has ever seen. They're all coming back. All those companies that left us with the jobs, they're all coming back. Think of this, though. We're just one day away. Oh, we've been waiting for this. I've been waiting 4 years for this. And so have you. And so have you. We've all been waiting 4 years. One day, you gotta show up. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. Just show up and bring your vote. And if you have somebody else that got a little lazy, bring that person too. Say, Jim, you gotta get off the damn couch. Come on. We gotta make America great again, Jim. We're just one day away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country. But you have to get out. We have to vote. Just show up and vote. I'd love to, really, what we should do is swamp them. Just swamp them tomorrow. You know, we have a massive lead. I don't even like telling you that, to be honest with you. We have a massive lead. First time ever, a Republican was leading by a lot in early vote. It didn't happen. The Republicans would always be way behind. They believe in going on Election Day, so we're going to let you go on Election Day, right? But they waited till the end always. Democrats would always have hundreds of thousands of votes, and then you either catch them or you don't. You never know what's going to happen. But Republicans have never been in the lead, and not like this. It's a big number. So we have to just get out. You know, the ball is in our hand. We're at the 2-yard line, maybe the 1-yard line, but it's in our hand, and we put it over that. It'll be the biggest event maybe in the history of our country. And let me tell you, it will be also something much more important than that. It's going to save our country, because our country is in trouble. But that's all you need to know. And another thing you want to know is Kamala broke it, and I will fix it, and fast. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure. That's what it was, 4 years of gross. Nothing good happened. What good happened? They cheated on their numbers. You saw last week they cheated on all their economic. We're in like a depression territory. I'll give you a little advance notice, 12,000 jobs. When did you hear that? That's like for Walmart. That's not for us. That's not for a country. It's 250, 300, 400, 100. 12,000. We lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs over the last month. Think of that. It's going to be that, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to make these unbelievable years, and we're starting from a negative. You know, we're starting from like about 15 yards off the field. We're not starting at the 20. We're starting from 15 yards off the field. And speaking of football, maybe we can get the NFL to drop that ridiculous kickoff sit. What the hell are they doing? What is that? I watched the game the other day. I said, what the hell happened? They just kicked off and nobody moved. Oh, well, that's up to them. This will be the golden age of America. Tomorrow, it's a beautiful term, isn't it? I was saying before, I was just proofing and reading and studying and all that stuff, and what a beautiful term, the golden age. We're going to be in the golden age. Won't take long. Okay? So tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You're not going to take it anymore. You're the most incompetent vice president we've ever had. And Joe Biden was the worst president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. This is a hell of a nice place. Thank you. With your vote, we're going to win Pennsylvania, and we're going to defeat Kamala and those radical left, what they're doing to our country. Crazy Nancy Pelosi, what's about her? She has Visa stock, a big position. You know, she started off with nothing. Now she's worth $200 million. How did that happen? So she has Visa stock, and she sells her stock. The day before, it was announced that Visa's under major federal investigation. I don't know. I wonder, do you think she had any insider information? I don't know. It's disgrace. Honestly, she's a disgrace. They ought to throw her the hell out of Congress. We are going to make America great again, and it's going to be fast. We're going to do it fast. We'll fast track it. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions, from all around the world, from Venezuela and the Congo in Africa, stealing countless American lives. And these are rough customers that are coming, much rougher than almost anybody in this room, other than the other night I had the Penn State national champion wrestling team. Think of this. They have a great coach. They've won exactly 11 out of the last 13 national championships. And I looked at these guys. They came up. I brought them up. And we were at Penn State when we did a little bit of a rally. It was a little rally that we could have sold the place out about 15 times. But we brought them up. I heard they were here, and I brought them up. And they had more muscle than I ever saw in any human being. And I looked at them and I said, you know, fellas, you may be the only ones in this room, in this country, that could take the migrants in a fight. You may be the only ones. Then I said, but they fight dirty. They use knives and guns, and they do, and they are vicious, and they're tough. And we're going to get them the hell out. We have to. Our country's being destroyed. Our country is being destroyed. Here today, there's an incredible woman who I got to know, actually, over this tragedy, Patty Moren, whose heartbreaking story is a tragic warning of what will come to every city in America. It's coming to every city. It's already there. I mean, they won't even talk about it, but it's coming. It's only going to get worse. And by the way, 21 million people she allowed in, open borders. We have no idea who they are, and many of them are bad. If she ever won, I hate to even mention the concept, she's incompetent. If she ever won, she would have open borders the following day after the election, and you wouldn't have 21 million people, which is a record in history. You would have 221 million people coming over the next 4 years. And you could forget about your country. You would have no chance. Patty's wonderful daughter, Rachel Moren, was a 37-year-old mom of 5 precious, beautiful children. Rachel lived in Maryland, 1,500 miles from the border. Last year, while Rachel was out on a run, she wanted to always stay in good shape. Right near her home, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into the United States by the ridiculous open borders policy of Kamala. The savage who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across Kamala's open border. Come in and please come in. We'd love to have you into the United States. Isn't that wonderful? He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles, beating the hell out of both of them before murdering Rachel. Patty is really special. I got to know her. We had lunch together, and she's a very great woman. She's just like, look, there's nothing you can tell somebody when that happens. You can't say, oh, well, time. I don't know. Sometimes time's good. Sometimes it makes it worse. I've had them say it's worse now than it was 10 years ago. But Patty's a fantastic person. I'd love to call her up. She'll say a few words about her beautiful daughter. Please. Patty? Thank you. Thank you. Actually, be careful.
Thank you. Rachel, if you knew Rachel, everybody in our town knew Rachel. They loved her. She was a tiny little spitfire. She was like 5 feet, 5'2". She loved her children. She was very dedicated to them. She was a small businesswoman. She worked very hard to support her children. She was physically active. She took very good care of herself. And after she passed away, we did a walk in our town. And we had over 2,000 people come out to the walk. And of the people that came out to the walk, they said to me, I didn't know her personally, but we bought coffee at the same place. And she always said hi, and she always had a smile. I had on the walk people that had immigrated into this country, and one of them that really touched my heart was a tiny little Cuban lady. She had left her country and had come here for safety reasons. She had just had 2 knee replacements, and her daughter knew my daughter, but her daughter had to work that day. So this lady with the 2 little knee replacements walked the trail for her daughter because her daughter was so impressed and so moved by Rachel. And this woman, at the end of the walk, wanted to take a picture with me and offered me $1, because that's what she had in her pocket, to help towards expenses for my daughter. I told her to take the money and take her daughter out to lunch and give her a hug. But family is the most important thing that we have. There's a proverb, and the proverb says, when a righteous man reigns, the people rejoice. But when wickedness reigns, the people mourn. And it's been 4 years of our country mourning because of the hardships that have been inflicted on us that are unnecessary, totally unnecessary. So thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you very much.
And this is our next president of the United States. He's an awesome man.
Did you get your eyes fixed?
Not yet. We're working on it. Yeah, we are.
looking down, right? She's looking down. Look at the crowd, how they love you.
Yes. Yes.
The girl's looking down.
You're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry. Thank you.
Hold on, let me walk you out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patty. Great woman, really an incredible. How do you do that? I don't know. She did something that's very hard to do. I couldn't do it, I don't think. Very hard to do what she just did so beautifully, too. And last night we had a woman from Puerto Rico, Carmen, lost her daughter, Mimi. Same kind of thing. A migrant came in from a country, just brutal. They're just killers. I mean, they don't care. Her daughter was also beautiful. And Rachel was beautiful. But a similar thing killed, and the woman got up, killed 5 days ago. And the woman got up and she just spoke. And both of them, the job is to do that. I don't know how you do it, but they are incredible. They're incredible people. We have incredible people in this country, I tell you. And we can't let savages come in from other countries and take them out. We can't let these animals come in for other countries. They come in and they take them out, and then they're protected by the radical left. It's a terrible thing that's happening, and it's levels. When I was in this debate with the three people, 2.5, I figured, the 2 anchors and a half a candidate. And David Muir, when I said about, no, crime's way up. No, it's not, it's down. I said, am I debating you? And the next day, somebody at Justice Department actually likes me. They released the numbers. It was up 45%. Crime was up, way up right now. And you have a new crime that you can add. It's called migrant crime. And it's as vicious as there's ever been. It's a level of viciousness. And I put up tapes, but you know, the problem is the fake news never puts the tapes on. A friend of mine calls me. And he says, I watch all your rallies. They're the greatest rallies. But, you know, when you put those tapes up, the cameras, look at all those cameras over there. They don't have one camera that goes, and all it has to do is go an inch here, an inch here, and you have it. They don't put them on television because they don't want to see the horror show of those tapes. So I don't even bother with them anymore because it's ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous? And, you know, it would be actually better for the networks, better. I mean, you're showing things of great interest, and they're horrible to watch. They're horrible to watch. But I don't put them up anymore pretty much because they won't put them on. They won't move the camera an inch and an inch. Isn't that terrible? You know why? Because it's fake news. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be occupied long. If you had the tapes, you'd see where they take over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. I hope Colorado votes. You know, Colorado, the governor, is a weak, ineffective guy. He's a radical left lunatic, and he's petrified of the people. It's a gang from Venezuela, very nasty, along with MS-13. They're probably the 2 worst gangs. They're vicious. He doesn't know what to do. All talk, you know, they're all talk. And yet when I was the leading candidate and we're going through the country like easily, routinely, he decided that he's going to try and take me off the ballot. That doesn't sound very democratic, does it? You know, they always say, he's a threat to me. I'm a threat to democracy. I'm the one that's saving democracy, just so you know. And this weak, ineffective governor got his attorney general to push it, and they tried to take me off the ballot. It went through a whole court system, and the Supreme Court of the United States, and it was very important that they did this. They voted 9-0, including the 3 justices that sometimes would maybe not vote for something like this. I have respect for them. They voted 9-0. You can't do that. You just can't do that. You have to take them out with the ballots. So that was great. It's and the people of Colorado at the time, see, time flies and now people forget about it. But at the time they did polls and they were doing, Trump was going to win Colorado, not traditionally a swing state, but they were furious. And the Democrats were actually more angry than the Republicans. It's pretty amazing. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. And on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. We're going to get them out. We have to. Dwight Eisenhower has the record. He was a very moderate kind of a guy. He was a good general. He's a good president, too, better than a lot of people think. He built the interstate system, did a good job, but he hated the concept of people pouring into our country. And he has the record, but we're going to unfortunately beat the record. It's not something I want to do. But this is not sustainable by any country. They're taking over your towns, your schools, your hospitals. Springfield, Ohio, 52,000 people in the town. They dropped 30,000 migrants into the town. And now they can't use their hospitals. They can't use their school systems. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? I'm up here making a speech, talking about towns and cities and big cities. Look, I see New York. I see what happened. And the mayor made some nasty statements about it. You know, the mayor, Mayor Adams, he made statements about this is not sustainable. We can't, I mean, you have to help us with this. Hundreds of thousands of people are piling into New York. You have to help us. And I said to my people, he'll be indicted shortly. They indicted him. One of the indictments is he was upgraded in an airliner. Everyone gets upgraded. Anybody who's gotten upgraded, please raise your hand. You will be indicted. No, think of this. I've been upgraded. I used to fly that way. They used to upgrade me all the time. That would mean I have a potential additional investigation because I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. Think about it. He killed people at will. If he went out to dinner with this handsome gentleman right here and he didn't like him, he said, "You're looking at me the wrong way. I don't like you." He had no chance of making it out of the dining room. And I got investigated. Think of it. I got investigated more, and I did nothing wrong. And I have to say the Republican Party really stuck up for me. They said, this is ridiculous. Unanimously. And they'll put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals, we're going to get them, we're going to throw them out of the country first choice. If they're really crazy vicious, and we have many of them, don't forget, of the 1,399 that are murderers, many of them committed 2 murders. Of these people, I don't know, I'd almost rather keep them in jail because, you know, if they come back, now we're going to have something about them coming back. It's serious, and we'll tell you about it. But we're going to either put them in jail or we're going to get them, and for the most part, we want to just get them the hell out of our country, right? No, they're emptying their jails and mental institutions to expedite removals of the removal of Trende Aragua and other violent gangs like MS-13, all savage gangs, tough gangs. They're tough, they're nasty. And that's why I want to be with those Penn State guys. I feel very good. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You know, 1798, that's when they ran the country a little tougher than we run it today. Today, you get a little slap in the wrist when you kill somebody. You kill somebody. Oh. Now, if you fight for a fair and free election, then they throw the book at you, right? Then they throw the book because they don't like it because you're getting too close. And you know, those numbers that are coming in today, nobody's ever seen numbers like this. It's a great tribute. So we're going to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. You kill our citizens or you kill our law enforcement officers, you know, we have to protect them. They're in a dangerous situation. And we have very few. It's very hard to get them now. It's because we don't protect them. We don't stick up for them. We don't fight. I mean, we end up taking away their pensions. We end up taking away their house. They end up losing their families. We're going to fight for our law enforcement officers. And being a policeman used to be one of the most sought-after jobs in the country. Today, it's not. I visited a wonderful young family in Long Island. The door opens to a car and bullets start firing out. He's not allowed to do anything. He can't, you know, just horrible. It's very dangerous. And we're going to have it so they're going to want to be cops again. We want to be policemen. My father always said, don't ever use the word cops. That's not respectful. It's a little different than it is nowadays. Can you imagine? Because my father had respect. Our family had always great respect for policemen. I'll never forget, I said to my father, Dad, the cops around here do a good job. Don't ever use the word cops. They're policemen. At that time, it was mostly policemen. Now it's policemen and policewomen. It's good. But that's a different, there's a whole different thing. We're going to bring it back to exactly like my father felt about him. He had total respect for them, and they did a great job. And you couldn't even get on the force. The standards were so high. Everybody wanted to be a policeman or, then, as it kicked in, a policewoman. And they're doing a great job. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. We will secure our borders. And we will also rescue our economy. Because our economy is in a mess. And I've seen it for a long time. I'm very good at that stuff. I'm very good at that stuff. I've been talking about it for a long time. Scott Bessent, one of the smartest people on Wall Street, has been talking about it. In fact, he said the only reason the stock market's up is because everyone thinks Trump is going to become president this very year. Maybe the top guy on Wall Street. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. You know that. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. It's the cost. People tell me all the time, I actually talk to a lot of people. It's hard to believe. If I'm in a group, I say, come here, what do you like the best? Well, my groceries are. They're always talking about groceries and the cost of cars, the cost of everything. The cost of anything. It's all inflation that they created. They created it so stupidly with screwing around with my energy policies. I had oil. At $1, I thought it was 87. I was corrected by the government. It was $1.84 a gallon. Think of this. And today you're at $4 and $5 and actually going up. It's going to go up a lot. By the way, the day after the election, if something bad happens, you'll see oil at 10, 12, 15, because these crazy people are trying to force electric cars down your throat. And we like electric cars, but they're not for everybody. And by the way, Elon Musk is incredible, what he's done. Do you know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania fighting for the election. He's campaigning, Elon. That 22-story rocket ship last week, did you see that? It's coming down. I say, oh, no, it's going to crash. Look at the gantry. It's coming too sharp. Stop it, stop it. I didn't know it was him. I figured it was him because he's so far advanced. You know, who else could do this kind of stuff? Anyway, this thing's coming down. It's wrong angle. And then all of a sudden, you know, it really looked like it had the whole deal was going to collapse, the gantry. That's the thing that holds it up. So it's coming down. Then all of a sudden, wow, you know, massive flames of fire and jets and everything comes pouring in from the left and pushes it over. And then it drops gently down. And then those two big arms come out like you're hugging your baby. Just grab that thing and put it gently down. Put it gently down in the pad. And it was a beautiful thing to see. See, now in the old days, I would have said hugging something else, and I would have thought that was so smart to say. And then the fake news would be writing stories about it for 2 weeks. So we don't give them those opportunities quite as much, but it was more fun, but we don't give them those opportunities. Just days ago, we had, but you know, Elon, really, we have to be thankful that he gave for the horrible hurricane that did such a big number on numerous states, but North Carolina got hit badly. I mean, they were really hit, and I was there. I was very early there, actually, and then came back, and I met with a very good person, one of the head people in North Carolina. He said, "Sir, you know Elon Musk, don't you?" "Yeah." He gave me the nicest endorsement. He said, "If you don't win, if Trump doesn't win, this whole country is going to be no good. It's going to be no good." And it won't, because their policies, these radical left policies, will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what's going to happen to us. And I said that years ago, if that ever happened. And we can't let we got to get these people the hell out of office because they're bad. First of all, they're incompetent, but they're bad. But he said, "Sir, could you do us a favor?" What? He makes something called Starlink. I said, "What's Starlink? Tell me what Starlink." It's a communication system, because all our wires are buried underwater. You had to see this. Areas that never saw water are now lakes. I mean, nobody's ever seen a hurricane. This was a real sort of a water-destructive hurricane. There's never been anything like it in terms of the amount of water put out. It literally areas that were almost like they never saw much rainfall or anything. They're now these giant lakes. And the destruction and the death. A lot of people died, and, you know, people don't know that, but a lot of people died. There are people still missing. He said, "We have no communication. We're cut off from the mainland, and we need Starlink, and we can't get anyone on the phone because, you know, it's a very popular thing." So he explained it, what it is. And I called Elon. I said, "Elon, you have to do me a favor. North Carolina and parts of Georgia are really in bad shape, and they have no communication. You have to get your Starlink, whatever the hell it is, Elon. I don't know. I don't care, but you got to get some. And if you don't mind." And so I'm talking to him. And you might have heard this. I told it a couple times. I'm talking to him. And I get a note that the man from North Carolina was, "Thank you very much, sir. All being taken care of. It just happened." I said, "Wait a minute." So I said, "Elon, did you approve that?" "Yeah." "How the hell did you approve it? You're talking to me on the phone." He said, "Well, I'm able to do two things at one time." And they got so much Starlink, and I said, "How is it?" He said, a week later, I said to the guy, "How is it?" He said, "It's unbelievable. You saved a lot of lives." So Elon is a great guy, so we want to thank him. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. This is the one. I always said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. And I've been talking to you about this is going to happen. And I think we can now say it's in the process of happening. So normally you see all these jobs, everything, hundreds of thousands of jobs, just because of the size. And they just announced Mike. You'd be amazed at this. Mike, look at our Mike. Look at him. He lost all that weight. He looks so handsome. Stand up. Mike Pompeo. Stand up, Mike. You look so handsome. Wow. Man, I'm going to ask him, how the hell did he do that? That's good. Good. That's great. But he just said, 12,000, and this is an unbelievably, like an unthinkable number. I've never heard of a number that low. I've never heard of it. It's been decades. And I heard that, and then I heard 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out just since the beginning of the year. 100, and those manufacturing jobs are gold for us. Those are the people that make the product. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October, and nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Did you ever hear numbers like that? That's like a depression. And I've been saying the D word. I don't like to say it, but I've been saying the D word, the depression. Then they did something even worse than that. A few months ago, they fraudulently claimed that they had 18,000 jobs created, that they created 818,000. That was good. But that just brought us up to normalcy, so it wasn't a big story. Because now all of a sudden, instead of being down 818, they were like normal. And when in fact, none were created. It was a fraud. And the papers refused to write about it as a fraud because they're fake. And it was a total lie. They thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They didn't want to have this information come out before the election. See, and I look up to this guy. Thank you very much. Because this would, in normal times, right? This would, in normal times, be a disqualifier. Do you know she's using my term now? Do you believe it? She uses everything I do. She uses even Saturday Night Live. They copied. They copied. Think of that. Oh, she was great. They copied my routine. I did it a long time ago. They copied the same routine. I didn't. I think I did it better. Actually, I think anybody could have done it. I think anybody could have done it better, Dan. Right? But fortunately, there was a whistleblower on the 818, and I thought it was an amazing thing. So it got released, and now to add to it further, they've just revised other past reports, jobs reports, down by 112,000 other fake jobs were reported. For almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were created, and it all got released right now in front of the election. One day, I mean, it was 3 days that we heard about it, but we're talking about it now. And normally this would be a disqualifier. This would be, you wouldn't be able to even run for office. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. They haven't gone to American citizens. Did you know that? These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. You have a depression, I don't mean like a recession. I mean a depression with a capital D. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to do great things. You are. We're going to make America wealthy again, and we're going to make America affordable. We have to get the prices down. I told the story this morning. A woman goes up to a counter in a supermarket with 3 apples. It was reported somewhere, and it's just like, this can't happen in this country, and brings them up, 3 apples. An elderly woman brings them up to the counter, and she realized that they're too expensive, and they've gone up so much from the last couple of months. And she takes one of the apples back to the refrigeration section and walks back, and she buys 2 apples instead of 3. This shouldn't be happening in the United States of America. So we're just one day away from the best jobs and biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family by at least $3,000 a year. And this is the only politician I've ever seen. You know, she's a very low IQ person. You know that. I want to have a smart president. I don't want any more. We had 4 years of these guys. President Xi, Mike, of China is not a low IQ person. Do you agree? He's a very severe person. He's a very fierce person. But if you would have taken Biden's policy reviews over a 40-year period and reversed them, you would have gone down as the single greatest policy expert, foreign policy expert. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. Kamala will crush Pennsylvania energy workers, and she's going to ban fracking. By the way, don't let this happen. Her whole life she's against anything coming out of the ground. She likes the wind. You know, the wind. It kills all your birds. That doesn't work. That's the most expensive energy in the entire world. And then after 10 years, when it rusts out, they don't look too good. So she wants to ban fracking. And she's going to ban, that's 500,000 Pennsylvania jobs. There's no way that you can vote for that. That's your biggest industry. You got a lot of stuff under there. It's going to come out and it's clean and nice and good. And you're doing great things for the country because the country uses it. I will end Kamala's war on energy, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices, all of your energy, gasoline, for the house, air conditioning, heating, everything. In 1 year from January 20th, which would be the day we take over. Oh, it's so close, but still dangerous. These people, how would you like to be Putin and you want to call the United States and you have no idea who to call? No, it's true. Let's see, let's call up the United States. I'd like to work something out. Who do we call? Sir, really, there's nobody you can speak to. I just thought of that the last couple of days. They want to make a deal, Mike, and they have nobody to speak to. You know, maybe they'll speak to the guy right alongside of you. You got a great Senate. By the way, you have a great Senate candidate. I hope you're gonna go for it, David. He's great. I hope you're gonna go. He's working hard. You know, it's hard beating those guys that are in there for 25 years and do nothing. See, when you do nothing, you're a survivor. You can never get yourself into problems. He does nothing for you. He doesn't fight for your fracking. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't even say to her, no, we can't do that. That's going to have a terrible impact on Pennsylvania and the country. He would never say that. He's a survivor. His father was in for 25 years. He's in for whatever the hell he's in for, 25-something. And they are tough to beat, I have to tell you, because he's just a survivor. That's the only thing he's good at. You need more than a survivor. You need this guy. This man is good, David McCormick. And he's working hard. Get him up here. Come on, David. Come on. We got to get him. David McCormick. And I tell you, I've known him for a long time. He was a winner in school. He was a great soldier. Everything was good. Everything was good. You have a chance to get somebody outstanding. And what you have now is not outstanding.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Keystone State. It's going to happen right here. It all comes down to here. We have a choice. We have a choice between strength, that guy who said fight, 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 and weakness. We have a choice between common sense policies and a radical liberal agenda. You have a choice between a senator who's going to fight with this guy for change or the status quo. We've got to win this election. It's the most important ones of your lifetime. President Trump's putting it all out there. I'm putting it all out there. We need you to do everything you can do to take our country back. We need you to get out and vote. We need you to tell 10 friends. We need you to put up signs. We need you to pray. And if you do that, on November 6th, we'll say, on this day, November 5th, we saved our country. We got it back on track. We put the right leadership in place. And we made Pennsylvania great again. Thank you.
Wow. We have some other senators here, and I have to tell you, I think they're looking forward to having him as a partner in the Senate. We have some good ones, too. Senator Bill Haggerty, Tennessee. Tom Cotton, a great guy. Tom Cotton. Tom is a great guy. Arkansas. And Marco is Marco. He's fantastic. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. That's a great group of people. I heard Marco, that little speech he gave, that was pretty, I didn't understand a damn word he was saying. But he's great. You have a lot of members of Congress, but just a few of them that I have to, because they're outstanding. They're outstanding people. John Joyce, Lloyd Smucker, Dan Muser, G.T. Thompson. These guys are all warriors. Stand up, fella. They're warriors. They are warriors. And Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she's doing a fantastic job. She's fantastic. Pennsylvania Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Where's Stacey? Thank you, Stacey. Oh, thank you, Stacey. Good job. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, great guy. Great guy. RNC Chairman Michael Watley, he's doing good. He's doing good. I told him, do me a favor. You've heard this speech before. Stay back. Just work on the votes. We've heard this speech before. You have a man from Europe. I don't know if he's here. I saw him backstage. What he did was, and what he is doing is sort of what we did a few years ago. He's doing a great job. He's always been my friend for some reason. He liked me. I liked him. And he's shaking it up pretty good over there. He was the big winner of the last election in the UK, and he's a very spectacular man, very highly respected, Nigel Farage. He's a little bit of a rebel, but that's good. You know, that's good. Don't change, Nigel. And you have my children, and they are spectacular. Don, Eric, Tiffany, and Laura, and Michael Boulos. And Tiffany's going to have a baby very soon. Going to have a baby. Tiffany's having a baby. Thank you very much. That's really great. They're very good. They're very good kids. And a lot of friends are here. Steve Witkoff is here. He's given a lot of money to different charities and all. He's really, really something. Oh, they're there. I'm wondering why are all those cameras? That's the innocent right there. And you know, Laura is the superstar. Laura is like unbelievable. Laura has been unbelievable. Laura, you know, she was born and really loves the place, North Carolina, and she can't hold it against her, right? She was born, she loves North Carolina, and so do I, so do we all. We've never had a loss at North Carolina. And she could have been senator very easily, and I said, do you think it's something you'd want to do? Nobody could have beaten her. She was through the roof, and she said, no, I love my husband, I love my children, I really want to give them some time. We end up making her like chairman of the Republican Party. That's supposed to be easier, along with Michael Watley. But she loves North Carolina, and she could have it. And Ted Budd is doing a great job. I said, Ted, would you like her? She said, I'll only run if Laura doesn't run, because nobody can beat her, which is really true. And she said, I think Ted would be great. He ran, he won, and he's a fantastic senator. But I just want to thank this group is a very special group. And Ivanka and Barron. Ivanka called me this morning, and she said, have a great time today, because this is, you know, we're going to be doing 4 of these today. 4. They're big ones. They're big. But we felt we could do the abbreviated version. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I have to get around. Do you mind if we speak for 5 minutes? And everyone said, I guess. But we do the whole deal. You've been with me from the beginning, and I'm with you from the beginning. So. And we have Barron, and Barron he got into a great college, and he's doing really well. Barron is watching us as we speak. He loves his stuff. Barron's watching with our First Lady, our beautiful First Lady. Oh, she's got the #1 selling book in the country. Melania, it's called. Go buy it. Buy it for Christmas. It's beautiful. It is. I read it every page very closely before I recommended it. I didn't know. You got to be careful. Now, she wrote a great book, a #1 bestseller on the New York Times list. You know, for a Trump to get on the #1 bestseller on the New York Times list, most people would consider it like virtually impossible, and she did. So that means she sold a hell of a lot of books. And so go get Melania. But Barron and Ivanka, say hello, and I want to thank you very especially. This is our last time now for forever. Well, we started this. Think how sad. We started this, right? And we started it really as a family unit 9 years ago. We've had the biggest rallies, the most spectacular rallies in the history of politics. It's the biggest and most powerful movement in the history of our country by far. And I say that in front of the fake news all the time. There's nobody can correct it. And I tell the story of Pat Buchanan. I like Pat Buchanan. Now he's a pretty old guy. I hope he's around. I think he is, but he's a pretty old guy. But he became very famous and very successful, and he was on all the shows for years, for 40 years, because he came in second in the New Hampshire primary. And he took that. We won 50 states, and then we won the presidency. And we did even better the second time than we did the first time, as you know. We had more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. And things happen. And I said, you know what? We did so well. Let me see how they're doing. And they were doing horribly, because I didn't need to do this. And they were doing horribly. And I said to the family, I said to Melania Barron, and I said to Ivanka, I said to everybody, I said, I think we got to do it again. We had, think of it, if I would have done badly in 2020, I wouldn't do it. It would have been easier. But we all know how well we did. And I said, we got to do it again, only because I looked at the incompetence, Afghanistan, you know, all these things that were happening. You take a look at it. You take a look at how bad. Nothing good was happening. We were disrespected all over the world. Other countries laugh at us right now, and now they're laughing harder than they've ever laughed before. And we're not going to let anybody laugh at us. It's not going to happen. So I said, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. And now the people, and it was, you know, quite contentious because you had some people, but now those people are real friends of ours again. And we have a party that's very well united. And most importantly, we're going to show up and vote tomorrow. And if you do, you're going to win. I mean, you know, the ball's in our court. You know, as they say in athletics, the ball is in our court. All we have to do is get out and vote, and we walk away with the greatest political event in history. But much more important, it's going to be the event that saves our country. Okay? So, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. They're really good kids. They're really good. That's not to say that I didn't have little difficulty with them on occasion, especially Don, but no, I'm only kidding. No, good speeches. Good job. Thank you, kids. I'll see you later. Good. Thank you very much. And your father, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know what was happening. I saw all these cameras turned. I say, why are those cameras being turned away from me? What's going on? But, you know, in a way, they become stars. They're just great. They're great people. And, you know, they do it because they love the country. They love it. Thank you very much, all. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So here are the facts. And Kamala, now we have to talk. Oh, bring them up. Okay, come on, let's go. They all want me to bring them up. There's a lot of love. Come here, my boy. Come here, my beautiful boy.
We are 24 hours away from sending the greatest president this country's ever seen back to the White House. And I just want to say how much love we truly feel from everyone in Pennsylvania, but truly across the country. You guys are our family. We love you. God bless you. We are here fighting by your side, not just now, but forever, because we are so blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. We love you guys. Thank you.
This man right here is the greatest warrior America has ever seen. And our family is so damn proud of him. We will fight on this stage for as long as we're here. We're always going to fight for the greatest country in the world, which is the United States of America. Let's go win this, Pennsylvania.
Guys, for us, this has been an honor of a lifetime. You guys are the best, but now it's up to you. We can't do it by ourselves. It was always about all of us. It was about one country. It was about taking back our freedom, our rights from those who are trying to take away from us. So tomorrow, bring your friends, stay in line. Let's vote, vote, vote. Let's take back our country. Thank you, Pennsylvania, and thank you, America. God bless all of you.
Hello. Well, we love you. We support you. And my father's here fighting for you, and he's never going to let you down. So please vote. Let's get this country back on track. Thank you so much.
I shouldn't have done that. I got to follow that now. I'm not going to follow that. So, kids, go back to work. Let's make sure everybody shows up tomorrow to vote, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful job. They're great. They're good people, and they love our country, but they really are good people. They're kind people. They have big hearts. They're strong. They can be nasty, but they have big hearts, those great children of mine. So here are some of the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crooked Bernie Sanders and crazy Bernie Sanders. I don't know, do I call him crooked? I'd say probably crazy, maybe for him is a better term. And Pocahontas herself. Kamala destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and therefore anybody who wants to defund the police even for one day, and she was there for a long time, is not worthy of being president of the United States. We need our police. We want to get our police back. We want to indemnify our police when they're unfairly charged. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give up their gun? No takers? I didn't think so. And endorsed a total ban of handgun ownership. You know that. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention. All at taxpayer expense. And perhaps, worst of all, she lied. She never worked at McDonald's, okay? Never worked. No, she never worked there. I was there for 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes more than she worked there. And I have to say, those French fries are really good when you get them right out of that fat or whatever the hell they cook them with, fat. I don't know if it's good for you, but they are really good. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. Something about it. Think of the history you have here. Think of the history you have, the political history. Is there any place like it? And this is a big one because think of this. Add this with all of the other things that are, for so many years famous by Pennsylvania and what you've done and how you fit into history. We win Pennsylvania, as I said. We win Pennsylvania. We win the whole bag of wax. We can have another one. We'll put that one on top. Let's try putting that one on top. They're pretty big. We have to. But this will be one of the truly big events in the history of our country. So why don't we have Pennsylvania be there for that? That'd be beautiful. On top of all the things we did. Because remember, we gave you the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, rebuilt our military, defeated ISIS, had no new wars, gave you right to try, the great, incredible thing that's saving thousands of lives, right to try. You don't have to go to Europe or Asia or just go home and die. If you have no money, you go home and die. You have the right to try new age medicines without having any problems, saving thousands and thousands. We gave you so much, and it's an honor. It's an honor, really. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never started if I was president. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. There's another thing. Israel, October 7th. October 7th would have never happened. All of those people that were hostages, hopefully are still, because I hope they're of hostage. I just hope they haven't been killed, but I think a lot of them are killed. I think a lot of them have been killed, but we can hope. But that would have never happened. That would have never, ever happened because Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. We would have had peace in the Middle East. You would have had peace. Instead, you have all of the death that's taking place. It's terrible. And I will prevent World War III because you're just around the corner from World War III, and this will be a war like no other. This will be a nuclear war. And this will not be two army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This will be a war. The level of power of these weapons is, I rebuilt our nuclear force. I rebuilt our whole military during the 40s. We did a phenomenal job in that, but in many ways I hated to do it. In many ways I hated to do it with respect to the nuclear. Because they're going over the power levels of various things that we're rebuilding. And I say, General, are you sure about that? The power is just crazy. It's obliteration. And we have people that don't have a clue and they're negotiating. Look, Ukraine should have never started none of these things. How about when you look at Afghanistan? That would have never happened. We were going to get out of there with strength and dignity, and we were going to be was going to be a victory. It was enough. They were in there for 21 years or something. But the one thing I would have done is I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest bases in the world. We built it many years ago for billions of dollars. The most powerful, longest runways that can handle anything in the world, 1 hour away from China. Remember, that wasn't really for Afghanistan. That was, you're 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China. These are stupid people. They took the military out first. They took the military. They said, oh, we had a plan. We had a plan. Mike Pompeo made the plan with me. We had a plan subject to all these different things that they had to do. They weren't doing them. They were doing some, but they said, great, we're not going forward until they do the we were going to be fine. But the one thing that wouldn't have happened, we would have never taken the military. You take the military out last, and we lost 13 lives and many people obliterated, and hundreds of people were killed on both sides. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a massive defense shield all around our country so a missile heads in our direction and we knock the hell out of it. We can have it. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do that many years ago, and he was right, except we didn't have the technology then. It would have been not good, but we didn't have today. You can shoot a pin out of the sky. It's incredible, actually, what they've been able to do. But it's all going to be made in the USA, and a lot of it is going to be made in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C. We'll get rid of all the graffiti on those beautiful marble columns, and we'll clean it. And it'll be properly run, and we'll stop the death and shootings and muggings and everything. We'll make it a great capital, beautiful capital again. And we'll also make sure that our Supreme Court stays to 9 justices. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our school. And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports. Every time I say those last two things, and I may add the open borders. Can you imagine they're trying to defend open borders? Open borders, who would do that? We're the party of common sense, okay? We're really the party of common sense. But when I say open borders, we're going to close the borders, you say, can you imagine you actually have to say that? What the hell? I mean, who the hell wants open borders where criminals from all over the world can just walk into our country? These are crazy people, or they hate our country, or they think they're going to get these people to sign up and vote. I guess maybe that's it. But it's not defensible. But think of the last two. The transgender insanity. It's taken over. And, nobody's ever come up to me and said, I'd like to talk to you about that. I've never had any. They've talked about taxes. They talked about economic development. They talk about or the last one, men playing in women's sports. Nobody's ever come up. With all the people, I deal with hundreds of people. I deal with people. I go into crowds. I ask them because I get better opinions from you than these crazy consultants they have for a fortune. But I've never once been said, sir, we have to do something about keeping men in women's sports. I've never had the question. I don't know. It's such a big subject. Nobody's ever asked me the question before. Can you imagine? Go back 10 years and say that a president from 10 years from now is going to be up there defending the fact that men should not play in women's sports. People would say, you're crazy. That'll never happen. Did you see the two boxes? They were men. They transitioned into womanhood. And they fought a very good Italian. They have women's boxing in the Olympics. And they fought a very good Italian young lady. And boom, she got hit with just a left jab. She went back to her corner, said, I've never been hit like that. This is just like a defensive. Oh, they could fight Iron Mike, I'll tell you. Iron Mike would say, this is not a good thing. I know Iron Mike, and he's a great guy, Mike Tyson. A great guy. He's a good man. Hey, Mike's been through a lot, but he could fight. Let me tell you, that guy could fight. But can you imagine Mike? Oh, he says, put Mike in the ring with Kamala. That would be interesting. No, but can you imagine? And these two men that transitioned, you'll be shocked to know they both won gold medals. In some of the easiest fights, they're announcing a certain woman. She's a champion here, a champion there. She's great. She gets hit. Blah. That's the end of the championship. It's so unfair, so ridiculous, and it's very demeaning to women. I think it's horrible. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And I did. They didn't touch it. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country. We're going to defend our borders, and we're going to protect our lands and citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We want people to come into our country, but they're going to come in legally. That's all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We are an occupied country. Can you believe the things I'm saying up here? We are an occupied country. Take a look at Colorado. Take a look. Take a look what's happening there. Military-style weapons. Aurora. They're taking over apartment complexes. They're in the real estate business just like me. But I have to go out and borrow money or somehow pay cash. Walk in and they say, you're paying the rent to me from now on, madam, and if you don't pay, it's big trouble for you. And the governor has no idea what the hell's happened, that poor guy. He's a radical Democrat. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Can you imagine? I have to say this. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and filled with the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is just too big to rig. We got to do it. So you need to get out tomorrow and vote. That's it. This is it. We're going to get together again, but it's going to be different. It's not going to be a rally. It's going to be applause for what we're doing. It's going to be better. Because these incredible rallies, and there may have been like 900 of them, a tremendous amount. This is over 9 years. Many, I know we celebrated 507. I remember 507, it was a few years ago. I think it's got to be close. I don't know, whatever it was. But it's hundreds and hundreds. And they've been flawless, right? Every once in a while I'd make a little aggressive statement that people didn't like, but, you know. Don't forget, I'm rarely on the teleprompter. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to be on the teleprompter? Right? Right, Dan? That guy, look at that guy. Stand up. That guy, he's such a good guy. You better bring him home because he has worked so hard in the election, Dan Muser. He's worked so hard. And you know what? Think of it. Think of it. If we lost, I'd call him up tomorrow. I'd go, I won't say it. Franklin Graham said, please don't use foul language. I said, all right, Franklin. He said, you can tell the story just as well without the foul language. Actually, he's not right about that. It's not quite the same. When you don't every once in a while, not a real bad word, but, you know, like a word. But he did say that, so I do my best. But I'd call him up with anger and fierceness. I'd say, you failed me. As opposed to calling up and say, Dan, you did a great job. I love you, Dan. Right? I think we're going to do the Dan, you did a great job. And you did, regardless. And all of these guys, they're all in. They're great guys. They're warriors. For the past 9 years, we've been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. That's right. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. You. This nation belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And tomorrow, 4 years we've all waited for this. 4 years of rallies, good ones and bad ones, but we didn't have any bad ones, I don't think. We had no bad ones. But 4 years, think of it, 4 years, and now it's tomorrow. Tomorrow it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. All of this was to really, all of these hundreds and hundreds of rallies were to put us in position to do something great for our country. This is, in a way, the harder part. Honestly, beating all these people and fighting all of these people, going through the lies and the vicious statements about you and your family and everything. But all of that was worth it. It puts us in position to now be able to do the job. And we're going to do a great job for everybody, for 100% of the people. We're going to do it for Democrats, for liberals or progressives if they prefer, which they do prefer. But we're going to do it for independents, and we're going to do it for everybody. We're going to do it for everybody. And you're going to be so proud of your vote. I really want you to look back and your family to look back. My dad, my mom voted for Trump. It was the best thing that they ever did. That's what we want. Otherwise, we've made a mistake. And we felt the love. We would have never done this if we didn't do so well the second time. We did better the second time than we did the first time, if you think. After all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. We really something. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around very fast. You're going to be very proud. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. And thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen to give this video a like, okay? Just double tap your screen twice. And also subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed to the channel. If you're getting any value from this channel, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. Okay, you've heard from the legendary, the 45th, who most people say will be the 47th. What do you think? Have you voted? Let me know in the chat. Do you plan on voting on election day, which is tomorrow? Okay, let me know if you voted early voting. I did early voting last Monday. So I'm so glad I did. I went with my daughter to the voting booth. It was so much fun. And we voted. Okay. It was so much fun. She didn't vote because she's 5 years old. I voted and it was so good. Okay, let's listen to what swing state voters are talking about in on Fox News right now. Let's get it.
Meanwhile, with less than 24 hours to the election, more than 4 million votes already cast in swing state Georgia. That's more than half the voters in the state. So what are they saying this morning? Lawrence Jones is talking to them live at the Eggs Up Grill. It has been sold out since 4 a.m. in that battleground state. Lawrence, let them loose.
I mean, it's like we're at a stadium. This is the overflow room here. USA? Let's talk with some folks. It's amazing. So you already voted.
I have voted.
What was the main issue for you when you went to vote?
Well, the border is a big issue, and those people don't work, and we're giving them money like crazy. And I've worked all my life. I'm nearly 72 years old. Didn't even start drawing Social Security till I was 70. And, you know, it's just ridiculous what the Democrats wants to do. They're ruining this country.
A lot of people agree with him. I'm going to go to my friend right here. What's your name?
I'm Brittany Sorrells.
So, Brittany, what was the main issue when you went to the polls?
The main issue was just the fear of people voting in a direction that's going to take our economy in the wrong direction. My biggest priority is my family. I have 3 children, and if our economy doesn't change, it's going to be a hard candy Christmas this year. So
it may not even be a Christmas.
That's true. Wow. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. I want y'all to meet my other friend here. Now, you have not voted. But you promised me that you're going to vote.
Oh, yes. I vote every time.
And so when you go tomorrow, are you undecided, by the way?
No, I'm very decided.
And what got you to that decision?
I love American, I love Trump, and I love Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much. It's so easy, isn't it? All right, let's go to the other room. All right, Nala, let's go. We're going to try to go to the other room. All right. We got another room. What's up, everybody? Okay. All right. I want you to meet my friend here. You were telling me that you're passionate. What type of work do you do?
I'm an EKG technician at Advent Healthcare Redmond. It's a great place to work. with the economy that's going on, is people can't afford to come to the hospital, pay for their bill, pay for their surgeries and everything. So it's tough out there.
So you were telling me earlier, it's not just the grocery store prices, but when people need health care, they can't even afford that.
Yeah, I know they're having to choose between one or the other.
So the question is, who are you going to vote for now?
Trump.
Wow. All right. As you guys can see, in Rome, Georgia, we got a fired up crowd, and we got more of it after a quick break on Fox and Friends. So Brian, let's go talk with some women, because maybe they can give us some insight to what's happening right here. I pointed you out earlier because I just knew you had some stuff to tell me. So they're saying this race is real tight here in Georgia. Who would have thought in Georgia it'd be tight here again? And they're saying the key demographic is women. What are women telling you? How do you feel about this election?
Oh, I feel like it's going to go towards Trump because the women are for Trump. You know, we're middle-class women. We're the ones that have to buy the groceries, pay the bills, and we know what's going on.
So the question is, ma'am, and I'm going to ask your friend next to you. So you got the grocery prices, and then you got the abortion issue. And they're targeting a lot of that abortion issue to women right now. What matters more, that issue or the grocery prices?
Well, it's definitely the grocery prices. I mean, I have a 32-year-old son that is barely making it buying groceries. He pays his mortgage, and that's it. Abortion is very, oh my goodness, it's heart-wrenching. So but it's just everything. It's just everything. And we need some happiness, you know. We need Trump.
Because you were back here agreeing. So I might as well get your thoughts on it. I heard the marbles. You know, why is it so close in Georgia? It used to be a solid Republican state. Y'all even got a Republican governor, and you got 2 Democrats that are senators. Why is it so close here? What changed?
We had a lot of people come in through the Hollywood tax credits that changed the profile of Metro Atlanta. So we have a different voter in the Metro than we do out here in what I call real Georgia, God's country, where we have lived here for a really long time and we know what our values are, and we have turned out strongly over the last 3 weeks to vote for those values. We don't want to be a border county. Every county in Georgia is a border county when the buses roll in with illegal aliens.
So the big question to the crowd as we get a live look of everybody, does Georgia go back to red or does it remain blue? Red! Okay, this is what the people are saying, guys. I'll send it back to y'all. All right, we're back here in Georgia. It's a fired up crowd today. So everyone always says that the next generation, we're in trouble. I think it's different for these Gen Z voters. So tell me, as Gen Z voters, what is the top issue for y'all?
So for me, for someone who is about to graduate next year, for me, it's the economy and immigration. I have tons of friends who are still unemployed, who have not landed a job a year later after graduation. One of the things I'm concerned about is how much taxes am I going to be paying next year, listed in the Democratic plan. I mean, what am I going to be paying next year?
What about you, sir?
The same thing, economy and immigration. Immigration's a record high right now. Our economy is totally in the garbage. It's just everyone's living paycheck to paycheck, no matter how much you make, and it's just crazy. It's absurd.
Do you worry about buying your first house?
Oh, I'm really afraid that I'll never be able to buy a house if the economy keeps going the way it is.
Something has to change, right? All right, let's talk with some more folks back here. How y'all doing back here? What's your name, man?
Great, Carolyn Stallworth.
So, Carolyn, tell me, what's your number one issue?
Well, I have 3. The economy, immigration, and health. Yeah. I am so glad that President Trump has added that to his key policies. Okay. Absolutely. Being the age that I am, and I was fortunate to be healthy until I was 75. So I know personally what the young folk are going to be going through as they age, and with food, synthetic foods, etc., being a major cause of our illnesses, I am just ecstatic that President. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's talk to your husband, right? Is this your husband?
Yes.
I assumed I got it right, huh?
You got it right.
So tell me, everybody's talking about black males and the record support for Donald Trump. Can you tell me why there is this explosion within our community?
Well, that would be a very difficult question for me to answer because I've been a Republican since 1962. So But one of, my primary objectives are to get young people to the stage in life where they're willing to work for the things that they like to attain.
That's right.
And the problem we have in today's environment, so much has been given to them based on tax dollars. This is why our economy now is in the garbage can.
And that's why we got so much inflation.
Absolutely.
Yes. We got a massive crowd here. We got the front row Joes here. We're going to talk to them later, but we got a big show coming up on Fox and Friends live from Georgia. We'll see y'all in a bit. Here we go. Let's go, Georgia. We got a big crowd here today. Are y'all ready? Let's go. It's crazy in here. This is a powerful state because
it's
Georgia
about
is 12
to be the
votes that separated
47.
Joe Biden from Donald Trump, and they say they're going to turn this state back red. Is that right? So let's get to why. So we were talking earlier. You know exactly how the economy is affecting people day to day because you see it in your job, right?
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
Okay, so I'm in the auto industry. Here I've been 10 years consecutive at one dealership. A majority of our vehicles are trucks. Trucks, with the hindsight of the increase of doubling the gas, has hindered people from buying trucks because of the fuel price of going near $3 a gallon from what it used to be, $1.30, $1.40 a gallon while Trump was in office. And now we have the situation where people have to look at the payment, the insurance, and they'll look at the price of gas. And now the price of gas exceeds the monthly payment of what they're paying on their truck.
And that's affected everything. I know because my dad's a truck driver. Let's bring this barber in right here. You're a barber, and you've been watching our barbershop series. Yes. So you run into a lot of folks. When you talk to them, when they're in your seat, what do they say is the number one issue facing the country?
Number one issue is the price of energy. And people forget all the things that's happened in the past 4 years. Who would have ever thought that $5 a gallon gas to go 3 hours to find baby formula? That happened in this 4-year period. We cannot have that again. We have to turn that around. And people forget all those little things that happened under Harris and Biden.
Wow. Turning the page. All right, let's talk with these folks. All right, ma'am. Tell me, what's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lauren, so tell me, what's the number one issue facing this country right now?
I think border security. I have 3 young children, and I want them to grow up in a safe place. And the economy.
Why would someone in Georgia care about the border?
Because they are all coming in and they are being distributed to all the states. Yeah. So they're in our own backyard. We know what happened in Athens, and it makes me very sad.
Yep, and we still that family still hasn't gotten a call from the President of the United States.
No, and no parent ever recovers.
It's unbelievable. Georgia, it's great to be here. I'll send it back to you guys on the couch as I make my way.
My mic was on mute. Ah. The people are saying that they are not going to be paying high electricity bills, high gas prices. You listen to them over there. This is Rome, GA, Rome, Georgia. It's going to be a huge, huge plus for the legendary 45th, who may be the 47th. Okay, let's go to CNN right now and let's listen to what they have to say when it comes to polls.
And I am with John King at the Magic Wall as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump will make their final pitch to voters. John, I want to start with a flashback. 2016, the first time Donald Trump was on any ballot, it was the day before. Here's what happened.
For 98 days, she has led the race. That's why a lot of people, the technical people, the people who do this for a living, say it's not a Brexit situation. But that's what Donald Trump is counting on. If you're behind in the polls, you can defy them with a great operation. Donald Trump in many of these places is just counting on it being this huge, come out of the woodwork.
As somebody who's watched him we all have, but I, really studied his candidacy over the past year and a half, the ups and downs, that he's fallen off the discipline wagon.
Turns out he's once again fallen off the discipline wagon, but will it matter?
Oh, so here's the 2016 flashback. This is where we were on this day in 2016, where our projections had Hillary Clinton at 268, knocking on the door of 270 electoral votes in the White House. But look at this map. We had the blue wall leaning blue on that day, right? She lost all three of those to Donald Trump, which is why everybody at home, be prepared for anything to happen tomorrow, in the sense that you can be leading by a little bit. But we knew there was Trump movement at the end. The question was, she had led the race for so long. Was it enough to overcome? Well, it turned out on Election Day, it was enough to overcome. So where are we now? Right? We're in a much less clear situation, right? Let me just quickly do this. In 2020, we already had Joe Biden over the top. It was pretty clear from the data that Joe Biden was going to win the 2020 election the day before the election. We still had to wait for the count because of the pandemic complexities of the election, but it was pretty clear. And then again, you had to deal with the question, is Donald Trump surprising us again in 2020? And he did not. So here's where we are now. So the vice president, it's a modest lead, but she's had a consistent lead here. Modest lead, but a consistent lead here. Right, that would get her there. This is why Pennsylvania is so important. This is why both candidates are spending so much time and have spent so much in
And she's going to be there the entire day.
Right,
today.
right. And she's going to the right places in terms of getting votes and stuff. Because look, if she holds these, doesn't mean she will. But she's had a modest, consistent lead in both of those states. If she holds these, that's enough. As long as she picks up Nebraska's 2nd congressional district where all the polling, so she's running strong. That's her easiest path. No path is easy. But that's the easiest path. If she doesn't win this, let's say Donald Trump wins that. How does Harris get there? Well, you have to win at least 2 more. And even these 2 wouldn't be enough. Let's say she did well out here. Those 2 aren't enough because they're not big enough in terms of how many electoral votes they have. That's why Pennsylvania is so prominent here. If you're Donald Trump, you think if you win Pennsylvania that you're going to do this again, right? That you're going to defy the polling again and you're going to do this.
Because almost always, except for I think it was 88 that they didn't vote together.
They voted together since 1992.
Yeah.
They have voted, the 3 of them have voted together since 1992, including 2016 when they did this. In every other election, they have voted blue, which is why, again, will we know the winner here tomorrow night? Maybe not, but we might know the winners here. And so you see if they're sticking together or anything like that. But if you watch this play out, even if Donald Trump wins the blue wall, he still has to win somewhere else. Right? But if you're winning the 3 of these, it's a pretty safe bet you're going to win at least 1 or 2 of those. We live in a pretty nationalized election climate. So that's why this one is so key, because it's 19. Right? This is 16. That's 16. You think, well, that's only 3. But when you're trying to get to 270, if we have a, he wins 1, she wins 1, then you just get into this wild card race. I mean, it lets us, if Donald Trump were to win the whole blue wall, right? This is what's fascinating to me. Let's just, these are the whiter, older states, right? Demographically, they should favor him. These have been more Republican states of late. But let's say Donald Trump won all that. Can the vice president still win? Well, yes, but she would have to pull off a Sun Belt sweep. You have to come across and just do the entire, come on for me there. She would have to do all the Sun Belt states, right? It would be a very different map, a map like we've never seen before. But 2020 was a map with Arizona and Georgia flipping like we've never seen before, right. Which is why, these are the 3 that most likely are going to decide who goes to the dance, who gets 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Those are the 3 that are likely to decide it. But again, we live in this crazy year where there's many different paths. There's many different ways to get there. And again, we could have a blow by blow, state by state, or somebody could sweep them like Biden did in 2020.
We're just going to have to let the voters vote.
Math.
We will tell you what happens. It is very possible that Donald Trump could just win this outright, legit. But it's not going to happen that they're going to be done counting for lots of reasons. Primarily the laws of these key states, MJ. North Carolina and Arizona, new laws may delay reporting of early votes. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, mail-in ballots are not processed until Election Day. Nevada, ballots postmarked on Election Day are accepted even if they arrive by November 9th.
Yeah, and all of that is why we have been doing so much work to try to just prepare our readers and our viewers on what kinds of scenarios we might expect, and just to let it sink into people's heads, the slowness, the potential slowness that we might see in the counting and certain states being called, that all of that is within the realm of possibility. And that has translated for the Harris campaign on actually basically predicting over and over again in all of their public statements, we fully expect that Donald Trump is going to either declare victory or say that something has gone awry, something sinister is at play, so that they can almost numb people to that possibility, so that when he does it, there aren't people that are saying, oh my gosh, is this a thing that's happening that we should be suspicious of? They want people to have heard that over and over again.
Everyone should take a deep breath. It's been a long campaign, but it is over almost soon. But one thing that I'm sort of struck by this is we talked to voters. January 6th, an election, the election of denialism is part of this campaign now. It was not the last campaign. That was after 2020. So this is driving some voters to the polls. I met a woman in Wisconsin last week who said she is voting in this election. Her main issue is January 6th. So all of this, every time that the former president says it, he is sort of driving some people potentially. But let's all take a deep breath because it may not take all week, but it may.
I talked to Tim Scott, who's a supporter. He came on State of the Union as a surrogate for Donald Trump, asked him about the lies that Donald Trump has been telling. Let's watch that.
I would never tell any candidate on the ballot to talk about what happens if they lose. Obviously, you're going to lean into the victory, especially
I
when the
appreciate
latest
that, Senator.
polls
Forgive
in
me,
battleground states
but spreading
says
false
that you're
rumors.
running forward. You're running ahead of your candidate.
Totally, but saying false
Janet,
things
you and I
about
disagree on this one.
fraud
Totally disagree on this
is
one.
not. You think it's okay to spread false rumors about fraud and undermine the integrity of the election, regardless of what happens?
Dana, the liberal media has done a better job of spreading misinformation than any candidate I've seen so far.
The crime there is he knows better, and yet they just keep saying it. Donald Trump knows better, and he just keeps saying it. And the impact of the crime is that you talk to dozens of really hard-working, honest Americans who are Trump voters who have now this is in their bloodstream. Do not trust the media. Do not trust the count. Do not trust the honest people who count the votes in their own county, who are their neighbors, who are their friends. And so that is, to me, it's reprehensible. Number one, he didn't complain after he won in 2016. It's funny, right? He doesn't complain about the system when he wins. He only complains when he loses. But they have put so much poison in the well so that they can challenge it. And he's had, sadly, a lot of help from the mega media echo chamber, which has said there's no way she can get 75 million votes. She's incompetent. The only way she can win is for it to be stolen. And so it's not just Donald Trump. He's had a lot of help from Senator Scott, but also from the mega media ecosphere.
And that includes, and is especially true when you look at social media and that echo chamber. Sarah Murray has a terrific piece on CNN.com about just taking a look at Georgia, and it's Republican versus Republican there. Right. You have Republicans who are putting out information on videos that are just not true, and then you have the Republican leadership in the state saying, stop, do not believe this.
Listen, and thank goodness for those folks who are in leadership in some of these states. They were crucial in 2020 as the Trump campaign and Trump himself tried to overturn the election. So we hope that firewall remains in states like Georgia. You know, I am confident that Americans are smart. We've sort of seen this movie before in terms of the Trump playbook of seeding the waters with some of these conspiracy theories, even before the votes are cast and all counted. So I do take some comfort in that there has been an education, a sort of trial by fire because of Donald Trump, and Americans are sort of hip to the games and the conspiracy theories coming out of his mouth.
Yes. My thing is, first of all, double tap your screen. Let's get the subscription up. If you're getting any sort of value, if you're enjoying the show, consider subscribing to the channel and double tap your screen to give this video a like, okay? My thing is, well, why would you keep going after the election day? Anything that comes out, like, on, if it's not live on election day, you know, it's like, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, so let's listen to what Fox is saying. We just heard from CNN. Let's listen to what Fox is saying concerning the votes.
Jam-packed election eve for both of these presidential candidates. And we are hearing words of optimism, and that optimism is in fact the word of the day for Trump and for VP Harris. But only one can win. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. His supporters lined up early this morning to hear from the Republican nominee in Raleigh, and we showed you quite a bit of that. And later today, Trump has 2 stops in Pennsylvania and will end the day in Michigan. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Kamala Harris will spend her entire day in Pennsylvania, hitting 5 cities. It's her 18th trip to that state since she became the Democratic nominee. And Vice President Harris will have a host of celebrity guests with her. Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Fat Joe, The Roots, Oprah Winfrey are just a few of the famous names. And Harris has gone hard on attacking Trump after vowing a campaign of joy. We've seen the words, the rhetoric, and even her surrogates have stepped in it. Cow Patty, that is, right down the stretch here on her behalf, going after Donald Trump and his supporters. Last night, maybe not exactly joyful, but perhaps a pivot.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that, and we are exhausted with it. And America is ready. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward.
Kamala Harris's rallies yesterday were the first where she did not mention Trump by name since she became the Democratic candidate. Power panel now, Doug Collins, former Republican congressman from Georgia, host of the Doug Collins podcast, and Patrick Murphy, former Democratic congressman from Pennsylvania. And you salute and we thank you for your service. Gentlemen, that was a lot on the border. And when you look at that, Doug, I'm going to go to you first. He knows the issue for many people, and that's in the top 2 is immigration.
It is. And if you hear him speak, and I was with him last night, he will talk about the economy and inflation, but he believes that the border is actually more important in his mind. And he talks about this because he says he sees it as a life and death situation. Just like we just had in Habersham County, 20 miles north of my hometown, a person killed by an illegal immigrant who was there. And this was just in the last few days. We've seen it in Laken Riley's case. We've seen it over and over. We see the drugs pouring in. So his mind is, this is a safety issue. This is something we can fix. And it's also something that he did fix. This was saying in what we did during his administration was close that border down, shut the immigration flow down, get Mexico to cooperate. This is where he's going back to. And he says then it stems off to the other economic and inflationary issues.
You know, Patrick, when you see a shift again, because the joy, I was there on the floor at the DNC. And at the RNC. These were 2 palpable, joyful places right after the former president had nearly been killed in Butler, Pennsylvania, the RNC. And then for her, I mean, she's suddenly the party's nominee after Joe Biden steps aside. A lot of joy. But she went on the attack, and one of the key political action committees told her that stop attacking Donald Trump. Now she goes someplace else. Who is she?
I think she's been a leader that's kept our family safe as a prosecutor, as an attorney general, as a senator, and now as the vice president. And I do think she's right in that she wants to turn the page. And there's a new generation of leaders hopefully going to lead our country.
Is it fair to say she's trying to turn the page, though, on her own campaign week to week? I mean, that's what we're seeing. So I don't know. Is she listening more to the PACs or to her team?
I think she has incredible instincts. I think Doug and I, we ran and won races before, the bases are mobilized. The bases are out there. I think it's a battle for independents. Independents are tired of the political ads. They're tired of the negativity. And that's why people, but people.
I watch football.
Right, yeah, I know. But
both candidates all weekend
But I
long.
will say that people do want to turn the page. And I think that's why they're resonating with when she's saying country over party. She has Republicans supporting her, and that's what people want to see.
So I want to talk to you, though, about some more of this rhetoric and really how much damage it can do going down the stretch if you're still struggling to define a candidate in many places like Kamala Harris reportedly is. Critics are going after New York's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, the latest of the several Democrats to insult Trump supporters, ones who are actually her own constituents here. Watch.
If you're voting for these Republicans in New York, you are voting for someone who supports Donald Trump, and you're anti-woman, you're anti-abortion, and basically you're anti-American because you have just trashed American values and what our country is all about over and over and over.
One person asked, what's more American than voting for the candidate you feel best represents you? Another with, not that long ago, politicians slung mud at each other. Today, they seem to be slinging the mud directly at the voters. And one more here. I don't know the Democratic Party anymore. They're all unhinged. I have never voted Republican in my life, but I did this year. The New York Post cover with some signature wordplay, Gov and hate. Oh, wow. Well, first of all, just the idea of being anti-American. Governor Hochul, what is she thinking? There are many members of our armed services who vote all sorts of ways. You're one of them. No one can ever look at you and say you're anti-American because for whom you vote.
Right.
You've served.
Right. We both served, and we both served in Iraq. And I would say that's what people get frustrated about, because folks who are bashing voters voted. Listen, my best friend, the godfather of my son, is voting for Donald Trump. I try to work with him. I try to talk to him. But you know what? He's an American. I don't love him any less just because he's my brother, right? And just like Doug and I disagree.
But at least you tried. Is that what you're saying?
I did try. Listen, I was texting a mom that I coached her kids in hockey about who would best secure our country. And I said, Kamala Harris. I told her why, right? But I do think, listen, we're passionate. People are fighting for their values.
Yeah, but you don't call people in a voting process, especially as the governor of the state of New York, un-American, anti, not even anti. Like you're not just not an American, you hate America. You're anti-American. Why even say that?
I'm not apologizing for that, Governor, right? But it's not Kamala Harris saying it, and she has said, and repeatedly, that she wants to unite all Americans. And I don't think, honestly, Harris, you're seeing that from Donald Trump. He's not trying to unite people. He has the enemies list.
Did you see the free NFL and NASCAR ads last night? That he got put back, Doug, for a free one because because NBC shouldn't have let her do SNL and not invite him too. That was an FCC violation, particularly this close to an election.
It is, and after the election, I'd love to come back on here and discuss what is the toothless FCC going to do about this, because they could actually start enforcing this kind of stuff, because you're seeing it more and more. Campaigns will play it right up to the edge, and yes, they got to run those ads. Would you have ever believed at this point in the campaign that the Republican candidate Donald Trump is running an ad in which you see Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you see Tulsi Gabbard, you see others. If you want to see a mosaic of America, look at a Donald Trump ad. That's the mosaic of America. And I think that's what we got to look at as we go further here. But again, and I agree with Patrick on this, this is one area of agreement. Anti-American, voting is not anti-American. And if the governor of New York thinks that that's anti-American, maybe she needs to decide if she ever wants to run again, because that's just a problem with the very voters. I love what you said. I love what was said, though, by one of those people. They said that they've started going after the voters. I've never thought that was a good idea in a campaign. The voters always get the last say.
Well, look, Hitler is not a way to unite people. And I used to live in the state of Minnesota, so I know their politics at least okay. I don't live there any longer, but I watch. The governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, called Republican supporters of Trump Hitler for going to his rally at Madison Square Garden. He called them Nazis, rather. I mean, how do you even do that? How does that help your candidate? How does that help to unify the country?
Yeah, listen, and I think, J.D. Vance referred to Donald Trump not as his running mate, as him too.
Well, what about the snark that your party, through your VP candidate, has hurled now at the LGBT community? I mean, so-and-so is this or so-and-so is that. I mean, I know it's late stages and maybe they are deficit on sleep, but that doesn't represent you.
And that's not an excuse. That doesn't represent me and most Americans. And I will say that's why people want to turn the page. They are tired of the division. They're tired of the campaign ads.
Your side is driving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donald Trump just talked about getting Liz Cheney a firing squad the other day, Harris.
That is not what he said.
Not exactly. I'm paraphrasing.
I'm not going to let you
What he said
was not even a paraphrase, Patrick.
So,
we disagree.
Bill Maher has addressed that. He's not even a journalist.
You and I actually raised our hand and we went to war. Liz Cheney never has. That's what he was talking about.
All right.
End of statement.
This is just so funny. This is absolutely funny. Well, it is election eve and everybody's trying to do what they can, say what they can, I guess, to make sure to get into the White House. It is what it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. If you're getting any sort of value, subscribe to the channel. God bless you. Double tap your screen to give this video a like. Also, we're going to get more information on the polls. And also, did you know that the vice president appeared on SNL like 2 days ago on Saturday? Let's see what they have to say about that.
All right, we're counting down by the hours until the polls open tomorrow, and national polling still shows former President Trump and Vice President Harris in a dead heat. Trump leads in the Real Clear Politics average, and get this, by 1/10 of 1 percentage point. Okay, I don't even know how they measure that. Anyway, that same survey finds a whopping 74% of voters say they feel the country is headed in the wrong track. Well, that includes half of VP Kamala Harris's supporters and nearly all of those who back Trump. So half of the people who say they support her know that she was there for the last 4 years and they think we're going in the wrong direction.
I got you.
Why are they voting for her? One voter with his take on the track of the country right now.
The main issue was just the fear of people voting in a direction that's going to take our economy in the wrong direction. My biggest priority is my family. I have 3 children, and if our economy doesn't change, it's going to be a hard candy Christmas this year.
Ari Fleischer, former White House press secretary and Fox News contributor, in focus with me now. Look, everybody's been saying how tight this is going to be. We just saw Donald Trump give a speech. We'll see Kamala Harris a little bit later today. What matters now from both of these people that you're hearing or that you're not hearing?
Well, what matters is they don't make any big mistakes between now and tomorrow. I mean, that really is it. When you're dealing with the undecideds, who are the few people left in America who have not made up their mind, don't say anything that scares them. That, to me, is the biggest thing that candidates can control in the next 12 hours, Harris.
Well, we are seeing some last-ditch efforts. So as part of the closing argument from the former president moments ago, it was all about the border, which is his sort of leadership brand. I mean, we didn't have the problems that we have now and have had for nearly 4 years under him when he was president. So he's there. This is an interesting place for Kamala Harris to go last minute. And now NBC News is scrambling to right a wrong. The network allowed Trump last night to air a free 90-second advertisement during Sunday Night Football, the NFL, and a NASCAR event in order to try to comply with the FCC's equal time regulation. They violated that regulation. Here's part of it.
Just remember, Kamala and her friends broke it. I'll fix it. Most important election in the history of our country. Go and vote.
Yeah, a lot of people saw that ad, and he got it for free because of this. The network, NBC, invited Vice President Kamala Harris for an SNL cameo over the weekend, an invite that was not extended to the other presidential candidate, Donald Trump. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr says this.
NBC knew what they were doing. They appear to have tried to jam the opposing candidates, and they thought they could get away with it. And as you noted, they've apparently tried to give out some last-minute airtime here, but only after a real ruckus was made, and they were called out for this.
So, Ari, what is your, well, first of all, what was your reaction to how quickly this was dealt with and how serious it was?
Well, a couple things. For people who discount how Republicans say all these institutions, particularly Hollywood, the media, are stacked against Republicans, this is last-second proof perfect that Republicans are right. NBC did this trying to jam it in at the last second. So these Republican charges of bias are always accurate for the media. But look, Saturday Night Live is an overwhelmingly Democratic audience. It is young. It is not typically a Trump voter. And so they did what they did. The worst thing in the world would be for Donald Trump to try to, do something on Saturday Night Live. But I'm glad to see the makeup. But it ticks me off to see this behavior take place. And what I would really like to see is the Manhattan prosecutor say it was an illegal campaign contribution to Kamala Harris and go after Kamala Harris the way he went after Donald Trump.
Well, I will tell you one small fact. Jill Stein, if she wanted to, she's on the ballot in many places. Jill Stein has the opening now, as well as Donald Trump, to get a putback from NBC, some free advertisement. I don't know about RFK Jr. because I don't know if he's on enough ballots at this point. But that's fascinating. That would hurt Kamala Harris if that happened. RFK, different situation from Jill Stein, if people can now suddenly see her put out ads for free against Kamala Harris. Well, I do want to get to this. Nikki Haley says former President Donald Trump's team has not asked her to campaign with him, but she's still making her voice heard. Haley was the last major Trump rival to quit the 2024 Republican primary. Here's part of her opinion piece. She writes, "This election isn't a referendum on Trump. It's a choice between him and Kamala Harris. A Trump administration would be different. It wouldn't be perfect, but I agree with Trump that we need to keep taxes low and cut them more. I agree that we need to expand American energy to empower our families and job creators while making us less dependent on foreign energy. I agree that America should be strong, far stronger than we are today. And I don't want to leave the impression that they don't talk, because that would not be true. She's told me that herself. But we haven't seen them yet on the stump together. We still have more than 24 hours.
Well, you know, everything traditional says that you accept these endorsements, you play up these endorsements, you go out there and you make a big thing out of it. Donald Trump's different. Donald Trump has never done it that way. It's why Donald Trump wins people who could care less about politics and they show up for Donald Trump, because he's not a typical politician. I think he doesn't like her very much. So it's hard for him to say, I'm going to get on a stage and share a stage with her and act like we're chums, because that's just not who Trump is. So good for Nikki for rising above and saying what she said. And it's important, too, Harris, in the sense that not because Nikki's a woman and women will listen to a woman, but women were 53% of the electorate when Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump in 2020. If Donald Trump does his job right and gets men to turn out in bigger numbers, men were 47%. Can men be 48% of this electorate because he's bringing out more men? Women have less of a reason to support Harris. To me, the only way Harris wins, and right now everything looks good for Trump, the only way Harris wins is if women turn out in huge numbers, 53% of the electorate, like 20 or 54%.
Well, with Nikki Haley helping out, with other women also helping out, those were the first names I thought of when Mark Cuban went after the women around Donald Trump. There are a lot of strong women who support him, even though they may not agree with him.
Hey, everyone.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. Yes, yes, y'all. All right. Let's watch 2 more videos. And let me see. I mean, look, it's election eve. And everybody is trying to figure out who is leading in the polls. Is Harris leading in the polls? Is Trump leading in the polls? People are just being skeptical. Nobody has the actual numbers right now. We are just here saying, okay, maybe it is just based on early votings, but we don't know for sure. Okay, nobody knows until tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, that's when we would start getting some type of more information. Okay, can you hold on, boo boo? I'll be right there. My 5-year-old daughter is back home. She just got back from my grandma's house. She spent the weekend at grandma's house. So now Daddy is on Daddy's duty. Okay, so let's see this right here. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Double tap your screen. And let's get the likes up. Boo-boo.
I'm Kevin O'Leary, you know, and love him. O'Leary Ventures Chairman, Shark Tank investor, so much more. Kevin, what does your gut tell you how tomorrow goes?
Binary outcome. Going to be decided by 3 or 4 in the morning. That's my guess, like everybody else is guessing. I'm in the camp that says the swing states all go to one side or the other. I don't trust polling anymore. You know, I've even looked at private polling data. And the problem I've learned, just as an investor and investing in some of this stuff, is that the actual panels that are done either online or by cell phone are very small. So if you're polling a county and only getting 1,200 people, your margin for error is over 4%, and no candidate's more than 2% ahead. It's useless data. So my gut tells me people have decided you've got really a different way to look at these 2 candidates in terms of the direction they want to take the country on so many different issues. And I think you're going to find out tomorrow sometime, maybe between 1 and 3 in the morning, it's all one side or the other. And I really believe that to be the case. So pollsters, they got to find a new career. Call me. I might give you a job somewhere.
Let me ask you a little bit about what's happening in the markets. As you see, the Dow is down about 360 some odd points. There are a lot of factors at play here. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but we are seeing interest rates, which had backed up pretty prohibitively. I think that's as high as 4.36%. We're under 4.30% on a 10-year. I don't know if that's telling you anything, but is it telling you anything?
Well, here's what it's telling us all. Number one is it's very rare times when the Fed is overshadowed by another event, and that's exactly what's happened here. The election is overshadowing everything. And there's a lot of uncertainty, as we've been talking about for days now. Markets, including the Treasury markets, don't like uncertainty, and we've got it. So I think things will settle down a little bit. Also, that jobs number that just came out, softer than many had anticipated, including me, and a lot of Boeing noise in there. And so as people start to think what the Fed's going to do, I'm not sure everybody's in the 50 basis point camp reduction. I think more like 25, maybe, or maybe even nothing for now while they try and figure it out. So all of this is just uncertainty. I bought some more T-bills today, took advantage of this, said, hey, I like T-bills during uncertain times. A little casherino interest, 4.62%. I'll take it.
Yeah, guaranteed by Uncle Sam. Kevin, let me get a quick take on what Donald Trump has said if he loses, that there'll be a depression, that there'll be a market crash. What do you think of that?
Donald being the Donald, you got to vote one way or the other based on policy because both sides are being absolutely crazy. You know, the thing that I take solace in if Trump wins is that he's surrounded himself, if there's a Trump 2.0, better people around him. The transition team headed by the Cantor Fitzgerald guy, I had a chance to speak with him. He is really focusing on AAA players that are policy focused. That's great. I think that's, you know, everybody trusts him as a bipartisan guy. The rhetoric has been insane. The Nazi hunting stuff and then the firing squad stuff. You got to let all that go and decide which basket of policy do you want. Do you want a top-down economy where Harris is going to say, look, I'm going to tax everybody at 28%, and I'll pick the winners, like, you know, the Chips and Science Act, or I'll decide who gets the money? Or do you want jump ball, where the corporate tax rates are lower and every 11th sector competes? That's sort of more the Trump camp. Less regulation. The rest, you know, everybody chillax. I mean, Trump is not going to stop talking the way he talks. He's been doing it for 9 years. I mean, it's just, he's never going to change. So get over it.
All right. Got it. Howard, I think when you were referring to Howard, it was Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald, of course, is
yes,
looking at
Howard's
a good
the guy.
number.
I called him myself
Team players, right. Got it.
Yeah, but this time he's the right guy. Everybody likes that guy, and everybody he calls is saying, look, I'd like to be a policy-based guy, and he's handpicking these people. So it's not
like you heard him say, everybody chillax, okay? Just relax, okay? Do you want a good economy? Do you want a great border? Do you want someone who actually knows how to handle foreign policies, where he is a diplomat, where he can talk to people, have a conversation with other leaders that are also powerful, whereby peace reigns instead of trying to show who has the most money, who has the most whatever, an ego and all of that stuff? Or do you just want to be do you want to have things going wild, high gas prices, high grocery prices? But remember, if you choose the low gas prices, better economy, great border, you gotta take the mean tweets, okay? You gotta take the tweets, you gotta take the once in a while, you know, but you're gonna have a great economy because it is what it is.
What's going on, Steve? Woo! MAGA, baby. Now, normally we're allies, right? But today, no, normally we're rivals, right? But today we're allies. We're patriots. We're Americans. And just as my father, Cleveland Brown, number 32, supported Donald Trump, so do I. Because Donald Trump is going to keep men out of women's sports. I play women's tackle football just like my dad. He's offense, I'm defense. Can you imagine us going head to head? No. I'll be taken out on a stretcher for concussion protocol. I'll be hurt. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to your daughters. They're going to have major injuries, mental trauma of men coming into our bathrooms and our locker rooms. Missed opportunities, scholarships taken away. And guess what? Who's going to bear the cost of that? You, as the parent. You're going to bear the cost of full tuition in this Biden-Harris economy. Who can afford that? I can't. Can you? Exactly. And that's why we need to protect Title IX, because Title IX protects us women in sports, bathrooms, and locker rooms. Now I want to talk directly to the Black community. Donald Trump talks about all his achievements and accomplishments with the Black community. And so today I'm going to break it down. First, opportunity zones. Y'all know about opportunity zones, right? Opportunity zones were set in Black communities and neighborhoods. It fosters entrepreneurship. Meaning that if you start a business in an opportunity zone, you're no longer going to be paying taxes on your capital gains, which means you're not going to be paying taxes on profits. It also fosters economic development, which now you're going to be able to hire people in your community and your resident to be successful. And that's why opportunity zones are successful, and it fosters Black entrepreneurship and economic development. Trump's school choice. Our community and our education system is failing in the Black community. We have low test scores, low graduation rates. Teachers are not being paid for what they deserve. And we're underfunded. But now with Trump's school choice, you as the parent have the choice to decide which school you want your child to go to. You're no longer restricted to zones, zip codes, districts. This is fostering parent empowerment. It's up to y'all now to decide where your children are going to go. President Trump did record-breaking HBCU funding. 10 years he set for funding to HBCUs. That means that he's committed to Black higher education. And with President Trump prison reform, he abolished 3 strikes, you're out for nonviolent criminals. While Joe Biden in 1988 and 1994 crime bill did historically mass incarceration of Black men. Trump freed them. That shows he's not a racist, how the left tries to portray him. Now Trump is going to do a mass deportation of illegals. Get out of our country! Let's go! We, as Americans, cannot deal with another 4 years of famine. We need 4 years of prosperity. So tomorrow, November 5th, we're all going to the polls to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America! Fight! 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 Let's go!
Yes, yes, y'all. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. You've heard from an African American woman, a beautiful African American woman telling you, you better go do what you're supposed to do. You better go out there and do what you're supposed to do. Don't be out there not doing what you're supposed to do. So let's go. Okay? Let's go. Do what you gotta do, man. You better do what you gotta do. All right, all right, all right. The legendary 45th The legendary 45th, who most people say will be the 47th, has 4 events today. And just like my friend over here, JF, it says, never surrender. No matter what's going on in your life, never surrender. This is a time that we will remember forever. This is a time that we will remember forever. So, he did Raleigh, North Carolina in the morning, 10. He did Pennsylvania. He's doing another Pennsylvania city now, which we're gonna see. This is live, and then he's gonna also go to Michigan. And it's currently 7:46 p.m. And he is on his third rally for the day. He's still going to Michigan, bro. Yeah. There's no way that you guys are not gonna go out there and vote. He's worked, he's done his part. So you're gonna have to go do your part. Whoever you're voting for, Kamala has done her part. Trump has definitely done his part. So you better go out there and vote.
America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. People have no idea how smart they are. These are great people, let me tell you. I love them. I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple and easy to understand question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Does anybody disagree? It's dangerous, don't do it. But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster. My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, and indeed the whole world, to new heights of glory. And we'll help the world. A lot of people think we're isolationists. We're not. But we want the world to appreciate what we're doing. They have to appreciate that we're helping them. When we win election, only one day, oh, does that sound nice? One day from now. Oh. We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years. Right? Look at all these senators. Look at all these senators and congressmen. We've been waiting 4 years. Oh, now it's what I've been saying. Only 1 year from now. Only 6 months from now. It's 6 months. 6 months. Even when I said only 10 days, it still sounded tomorrow. I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border, and we will stop it rapidly. I will strengthen our military. And as you know, we totally rebuilt our military, but now it needs a little strengthening after giving a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. Figure that out. Figure that one out. I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen, and we'll do it by utilizing the assets that we have. If you vote for Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster. Our country may never recover. Vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income, and a colossal surge of jobs, wealth, and opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed, every one of them. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. So many people mention, I go in, so many people mention groceries, that beautiful but simple word, groceries. Sir, my groceries. You don't think of it that way, but that's what they mention more than anything, my groceries. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future will be brighter than ever before. This will be the golden age of America. Just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, not far from where we are tonight, an assassin tried to stop our movement. And this is the greatest political movement by far in the history of our country. Tried to stop it. But that brush with death did not stop us. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a frisky group. Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want your vote. We are on the 5-yard line. I would actually say we're on the 1-yard line, if you want to really know that. And some of the, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look at that. You know, for a person that they hate, they sure do show up, right? Man. That's a big group of people. Some are actually good, and some are just absolutely terrible. All right, thank you for being here. It shows that ratings are more important than hatred. I've always said that. As your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. I will fight. Together we will save this country. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, and America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. It's Kamala broke it, I will fix it. Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. But, and it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming. And the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done with it. It's not quite this. You see the front row? You have a lot of front row Joes. We have more front row Joes here than she's got at her big rally. This was the big one. No, it's a whole host. She tried to get stars to come in, and they wouldn't do it, actually. She'd go and get Beyonce. No. Beyonce would come in. Everyone's expecting a couple of songs. And there were no songs. There was no happiness. It's just like, give me my check. I want to get out of here. But you always put the star. She should have learned this from Crooked Hillary. Always put the star after you. That way the people stay. Finish your speech. Let the star, and even if she doesn't sing, they booed like hell, but the press didn't play that. They booed both of them the hell out of the stadium. But you know what? Even though the act was terrible, it's like by that time you're out of the building, like Elvis had left the building. Elvis has left the building. Now it's terrible. They obviously forgot to get a star tonight, but we don't need a star. We don't need stars. I never had a star. No. We don't need a star. Just to bring it back into seriousness, we don't need a star because we have policy. We have great policy. We have great policy. No, we do have great policy. Look, they have horrible policy. They've got a machine that's incredible. They've got a vicious, horrible, horrible group of people, a machine where they can have open borders and let people pour into the country. They can have transgender operations at any age, anytime you want. They can be pushing men playing in women's sports. And because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? Did you see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned, they transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the end of that one. You know, a jab, for those that don't know, but that's just sort of like a defensive punch. And the young lady who was a champion walked back to the court. She was from Italy, beautiful young lady, which I'm not allowed to say. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful anymore. It's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take it anymore. She's the least talented person we've ever seen in government. She allowed our borders to be open. She's allowed bad things to happen. She allowed a man who was grossly incompetent to remain in the most important position of any country in the world when they're talking nuclear weapons and they're talking wars. And she still says, oh no, I didn't notice anything wrong. If she didn't notice anything wrong, then she's got a bigger problem than he has. So we don't like it, Kamala. We don't like what you've done. You're the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. See, I consider all those guys back there with the big muscles, and it's not my thing, but I consider them really beautiful to me. They're beautiful people, and they are productive people. They make our country work and run. They built our country, they did. And then you had stupid politicians that let them down. And those companies got taken out of Pittsburgh and every place else, like you take candy away from a baby. But now we have the exact opposite. If we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. It's very simple. And I do believe it is, I say you have to make, I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try. And they are trying, you know, though. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, you know, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened. He turned out to be a brilliant candidate from his basement that nobody ever heard. No, this is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, it's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way. But you know what it did teach us? In one way, it was good because it taught us how bad a communist philosophy is, how bad a Marxist philosophy, how bad all of this stuff is. And we'll really be able to get our country back the way it should be. It's much easier because you're going to realize how bad it is. It's just what's happening when we go over the economy and the economic numbers over the last week. It's Herbert Hoover stuff, and I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover. Let me just tell you, the one president I didn't, and there was some that I wouldn't want to either, but in particular because I'm very good at business. I've always been good at business. They're starting to realize that. Those guys back there, oh, they wanted me to be bad, so bad. But now they're saying, this guy's shit, man. He's been a lot. But listen, so, and if I'm not good enough, Elon Musk is good enough because he is working so hard. Elon with that rocket. Think of that rocket 2 weeks ago coming down, and those engines are blasting. And I said, man, a few days ago it left. It was a beautiful crystal white. Now it's all like fire blazing. They know about that. Like it went through a steel furnace, by the way, but that's what it did. 10,000 degrees coming down at like 20,000 miles an hour. So think of it, a car's going 90, you're going, this is like 20,000 miles coming down, 22-story building. Then it stops, starts flipping around, starts finding this crazy site in the middle of wherever it was. And I told this story, I hope I don't bore you with it, but I had this guy on the phone. I told it at another rally, and I don't want to bore. Did anybody hear this story? Should I tell it again? It's quick. I hate to tell it again. I hate to double up, but this is so I'm talking to this guy, one of the most important people in the nation, in his mind, only in his mind. And because I was president, and they say most likely like about a 96.2% chance. Well, we can't remember, if you remember 2016, I was given a 3% chance of winning. And then I won Florida, and it went to, think of it. So she was at 97, and I was at 3. Then I won Florida, she went down to 92. Then I won Georgia, then I won North Carolina, then I won South Carolina, then I ran the whole East Coast. And then people started going crazy. Remember the woman with the glasses and that big head of hair? She was screaming. I said to my beautiful wife, why is she screaming? We're going to make America great. Why is she screaming? But she was not too happy. I wonder whatever happened to that woman. She became famous. They were going crazy. Then she had a 55% chance. Then it was a 49%. They went crazy. But that was something. So based on what I'm hearing, he's at right now 4%. She's at 4%. And so we never want to take anything for granted. But we're really doing well. If you vote, here's the story. We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote. Because if you vote, we're going to win. And believe the fake news when they say, this is going to be tight, this is right. It's really not tight. But they want to do that because they want to get ratings. They want everybody to watch. But you got to do this. You got to just forget those people because they don't tell the truth, okay? No. Well, actually, I didn't even correct him because it's actually better if let everyone think it's going to be tight as hell. But whether it is or not doesn't matter. You have to go out and we have to swamp them. Everybody's got to vote. So over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border. This is a sovereign border. Unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, the toughest people there are. You know, I was here with a great group just the other night. I was in Penn State territory, and we had a packed room. We had a packed, not room, it was the stadium, the place. You know, I always like to say when I come to the arenas, how many times could we have sold it out? If you look at where we were in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, we had a brand new, gorgeous, big arena. We could have sold it out 10 times. I'm telling you, we could have sold out Madison Square Garden 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times. And I always view it that way. But we had situations where, and we put up videos of the vicious crimes. I don't put them up anymore. You know why? Because the fake news refuses to put them on. And I have friends call me, they love to watch the rallies. They can't get enough of them, and they're going, President, it's so terrible. You're speaking, and then you put up a video on a screen right behind you, and the fake news refuses to, all they have to do, they don't put it on television. They have the thing on every one of the stations, and you know, there's one that doesn't really treat us good, but people think they do. Nobody can figure that one out, I'm sure. They don't treat me good, but that's okay. But listen, they can't move the television. They can't move. All they have to do is take that camera and go like this, 1 inch over, 1 inch up, and you'd be able to see the screens, but you can't see them. So I don't really bother with it anymore. It's a terrible thing, We have to get them to straighten out because I think without a free and fair press, it's very hard to do what we want to do. It's a very hard thing. Very hard thing to do. but they're allowing people to come in from insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. They're stealing our jobs, and they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of people, much more than you're reading about. The day I take office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, the UFC, Dana White, they killed me in this. I told Dana, to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are. But I don't know. I doubt that. I tell you, I felt very comfortable with those big Penn State wrestlers. Think of that. They won. I mean, how good is this coach? They won in the last 13 years. They won 11 national titles. They won the title this year. And I had them up. I brought them up in the stage at Penn State. I was at Penn State. The place was packed. And I said to them, fellas, you may be like the only guys in the country that can beat the hell out of the migrants. It's true. They're the only ones that could beat the migrants in a fight. These are tough people. These are people who've been in jails. They're killers. They're murderers. The level of viciousness is unexcelled. And it's from all over the world, not just from South America. So we love being there. I was just 2 days ago. We love being there. We love seeing these young guys. These guys were great. But they won 11 out of 13 titles, and it's called Pennsylvania. Here we are, right? It's one of those things. They're pretty good. But we have to stop because the United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied. Can you imagine somebody getting up and making a statement? We are an occupied country. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, when you look at what's happening in all places, Springfield, how about Springfield, Ohio? We're an occupied country. And, those are just the places you hear about. But they're taking over large sections of the country. In Colorado. Remember Colorado? They're the ones that started the movement, the governor, the weak, pathetic governor of Colorado. He's a radical leftist. And he's afraid of the people, the gangs from Venezuela. He's afraid of them. He's afraid to do anything. He's lost control of his state. But he was the one that wanted to have Trump taken off the ballot, even though I was leading all of the Democrats, all of the Republicans at the time. I was number one. And they went to the United States Supreme Court and got a 9-0 approval, but that Trump has the right to run for president. He wanted me off the ballot. And the people in Colorado, and you know who is more angry than the Republicans? The Democrats, the regular, not the politician Democrats. And they showed me with polls where I was leading in a state that normally, of course, they have all mail-in voting, so, you can't count too much on that. But if God would come down from heaven, if God would come down and be the vote counter just for one night, he'd only take 1 second because, God works faster. God works faster, Megan, than anybody else I can imagine. Right? So we only need God for 1 second. He'll do the job. He'll do the job and he'll be gone. You'd see we'd win a lot of these places. California sends out 38 million ballots. They send them out all over the place. They come back. Nobody knows what the hell is happening. Some people get 8 ballots, some people get 5, and some only get 2 or 3. And I went to California. We had a rally. We had 107,000 people show up. I said, there's no way I would lose. And I do well with Hispanics. A poll just came out. I'm at 56% with Hispanics compared to this woman who was at 36%. How about that? I think the Green Party got more than she did. I love the Green Party. Jill Stein, this may be I never met her, but she may be one of my favorite politicians. But it will soon be, think of it, we're an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of our country. And I don't want to do that. I'm not looking to do that. I think it's terrible to do, but we have no choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement you've ever seen. They said, I'm the greatest president in American history. And I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. When they say that, they're all in, right? Better than Lincoln or Washington, who would have thought? I wonder what my parents say up there. Hi, Mom. I know my mother's up there. My father's a little bit, it's in dispute. He would be up there. He was a strong guy, but he was a good guy. But I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of the Tren Aragua gang and the MS-13 gangs, equally as vicious. You know, MS-13 took two beautiful teenage girls walking to school in Long Island for some reason we took them out by the thousands. ICE. She wants to defund ICE. ICE, they're tough as hell, and they're also people that love our country. They took two young girls, and they sliced them into pieces as they were walking. They sliced them into, they didn't shoot them because that's too quick. They sliced them up and left them dead. Two young, beautiful girls walking to school. And ICE did their business. ICE went in and took care of them. But can you imagine? And now she wants to defund ICE. Let's defund ICE. No, these are rough people. These are bad people. I will invoke, and this is how far we had to go back, because in those days they didn't play games. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Right? And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And I am going to immediately do something that nobody's ever heard before. And I've wanted to do it for a long time, but I don't want these guys to do it because they won't do it properly. We will immediately stop the drugs pouring across our border. We lose 300,000 people. You don't lose 90. They've been saying 90, 90, 90. We lose 300,000. Everybody in this room knows people that were devastated. Their children mostly, but the parents too, they die. Fentanyl, they put a piece, take a pin, put a little tiny piece of fentanyl on the top of that pin, and that can kill 5 people. Put a little bit more, it can kill the entire town. This is what we're dealing with. Everybody I know is losing sons, children to fentanyl. We lose not 100,000, we lose probably much more than 300,000. So essentially that's a war, right? That's a war. We don't lose that many soldiers if you're in wars. So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China. And I'm doing the same thing with China. We're going to tariff the hell out of them. And Mexico, you know, people are surprised to hear this. Mexico is our largest trading partner. And if we put even a small tariff on, like 10, 15%, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars, and they're not going to want to have that long. And they're strong. They can stop it if they want. They can do it if they want. They'll probably have to make a deal with the cartels, because the cartels totally run Mexico, totally. It's terrible things are happening in Mexico. But we're going to put a tariff on Mexico if they don't immediately stop sending that horrible stuff into this country. And likewise, we're doing it with China. If China doesn't stop, you know, I had a deal with President Xi. He was going to give the death penalty, because in China they give the death penalty. When I first met, and I had a great relationship until COVID, until I call it the China virus. I'd like to be more accurate. I had a great deal and a great relationship with President Xi. Really great. He came to Mar-a-Lago. We spent a lot of time. We had a very good relationship. He's a strong man. He's a fierce person. You know, people said, "What's he like?" He's fierce. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play his role, believe me. And I say that with respect. But I said to him, "You're killing a lot of people by sending fentanyl into our country." I said, "How many people do you lose a year with drugs?" "No, nobody." I said, "What do you mean nobody?" No, we have no problem with drugs. Why? We have a quick trial. What is a quick trial? I mean, I know what a quick trial is. What is a quick trial? If we catch a drug dealer, we bring him to quick trial. He said, "We bring him to quick trial." And they're almost always found guilty. And then we send the bullet home to the family, and the family must pay us for the bullet. Can you believe this? This is a little different than our country. In our country, they'd lawyer up, they'd be going to trial for 30 years. But they have no drug, they have zero drug problem. And I said, "I want you to do me a favor." And we made a deal. You're killing our people, and that's going to end up in bad things for you, really bad for you. Not for you. Can't get any worse for us. I said, "I want you to do me a favor. I want you to give the same death penalty to those people that are sending fentanyl into the United States. And if you don't do that, I'm going to tariff the hell out of your shit coming into the United States." And guess what? He agreed to do it. We had an agreement, and then we had a very bad election, a horrible election. Think of the difference, how different our country would be. You wouldn't have had the fentanyl problem. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't have had inflation, because they did that by screwing around with my energy. We had energy at $1.84. It was $1.87. It was corrected by the federal government. I was at $1.84. We had all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, that most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened, because Iran was broke. I said, you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to President Xi. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45 different countries. They weren't selling anything. They were essentially broke. They wanted to make a deal so badly. And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the country was that election. And I left, and they didn't follow up the deal that I made. And the fentanyl is now pouring into Mexico at numbers, and more people are dying, and it comes across this open border, and we're taking in more drugs, human smuggling, all women, setting records. Bring up my all-time favorite chart, if it's possible to find. Where is that all-time favorite? So the red arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest. It's done by the Border Patrol, not by me. It looks like something done by me, doesn't it? But that was my last day in office. Look at the red arrow. That was the lowest that we've ever had. Drugs, it includes drugs, but drugs and human trafficking, but mostly illegals coming into the United States of America. Look at that number. And it would have gone down. All they had to do is leave it alone, leave the people we had, Brandon Judd, all these great people. Tom Homan was consulting me. And all these great people, that's all they've done in their life. And we had it down to a science. The drugs were coming in at the slowest rate. But we had illegals almost stopped. By now, they would have been literally stopped. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show they can love our country. They have to show that they didn't murder 7 people along the way. But that's the lowest point, and I love that chart. Even if it was bad numbers, which is not, but even if it was horrible numbers, I would love that chart so much. That chart was right over there. It never was over there, and it was never over there because I always do this toward the end of a speech, not the beginning. And I looked over there at that chart, and I said, what the hell was that? Man, yeah. So that was pretty amazing. But, you know, I do want to tell you one quick story. So I'm in Detroit, and Mexico is getting rather rough with us in terms of trade. And we're not going to take it. We don't have to take it. We have a good trade deal, but, you know, nobody knows how to use it because they're stupid people. And Mexico is doing things that aren't good. And, you know, China's using Mexico as a subchapter S corporation practically. China's putting a lot of money into, you know, they're running things pretty good. And they're going to build the largest auto plant. I was making a speech at the Detroit Economic Club. But a year and a half ago, it looked like I was going to run, and I wanted to go see an auto plant because we're getting screwed on autos. I mean, everyone's moving their plants over. Actually, Elon built a big plant in Texas, okay? We like it. All right? Elon built a very big plant in Texas. We got to give credit. We love Elon. He gave me another of the greatest. You know where he is right now? He's in another part of your state. He is now in Pennsylvania campaigning for Donald Trump because he thinks it's the single most important thing. And you know, he said something to me that was interesting because nobody knows computers. That rocket I was telling you about, the way it laid down, he said that's all computers operating the engines. The engines are the easy part. He said the computers, it's tremendous computerization, the way it just shifted it over, so beautiful. But I said to him, what do you think about it? Because he really is watching this whole voting process. And he said, you know, computers are the greatest. He looked at some that were just shipped in, some of these vote counting computers. He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it. Oh, I know that one. I mean, he knows he knows this stuff better than any. And he actually said, and this is for the good of everybody, it's the good of mankind, essentially. If you look at France, if you look at all these, they had their mail-in voting, they all gave it up. Nobody does like we do. And Gavin Newsom, look at Gavin Newsom. So now not only is voter ID no good, if you're an official and you ask somebody for voter ID, I'd like to see your voter ID, you have committed a criminal act, do you believe it? The mere asking, he just signed the bill. That's right, Megan, isn't it? The mere asking. This guy just signed the bill, and an official says, I'd like to see your voter ID. He's guilty of a crime. This is crazy. And there's only one reason they want to do that, because they want to cheat. But Elon Musk said to me, I hope I'm allowed to say this. I think I am, because one thing, he's out there. He's a guy, he just wants the truth. He's an incredible guy. And he said, computers aren't meant for this kind of stuff. He said, there's only one thing you can do. He's the most sophisticated guy in the world when it comes to computerization. He said, the only thing you can do is paper ballots, same-day voting. You know, paper is very sophisticated. Watermark. It's very sophisticated. Paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting, not 10 days where you say, oh, let's move these boxes from that room to this room because we're going to fix the air conditioning. And then the boxes never get put back. And you say, what happened to those boxes? Oh, no, one-day voting, he said. And he said, also proof of citizenship. You know, it'd be nice. Very simple. And you'll have your answer as to who won and who lost by 10 o'clock in the evening. Nobody's going to dispute. France had it, 37 million votes. And we knew who won and who lost at 9:30 in the evening. That's the time that they said. Do you know that I'm hearing that stories that they may take 12 days extra to count the ballots? And bad things happen when you do that, although today we won a very good case in Georgia, where the judge ruled that no, they're not allowed to have unlimited extensions for the votes to come in. That's what I was. We have unlimited extensions. We just found 100,000 votes just poured in from the. No, we got to straighten out our. You know, it won't affect me after this. We have to do it. We have to win the old-fashioned way and then fix it. But we have to fix it. We can't allow this to happen. And remember, the states are essentially an agent, if I can use that term, but they're an agent of the federal government. The states are doing the collecting, so to speak. And they have to take their orders from the federal government. And how can you do this where they say it's going to take days longer? You have all this equipment. The other thing is, if you go to a paper system, it'll cost you 8% of what all of this fancy machinery costs. But Elon said that there is no computer in the world that can't be broken into very easily by somebody that's computer smart. I have a son at home, Barron. I said, people love Barron. They love Barron. They love Barron. I say, Barron, you're always on your computer. I think you have to learn it at a young age, actually. Barron, you're always on your computer. You got to stop. You got to do other things. Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad. Sure. Sure, Dad. Don't be wise. Look, I'm going to turn this thing off. Okay, Dad. Try it. So I turn it off, Dad. I turn it off. It's locked. It's done. I have a number on it. He calls me 45. Come here, Dad. Take a look. No, these kids are genius, I'm telling you. He's a wise guy, smart one. And do I have good kids? I have to just... Are my kids here? Where are my kids? They're around here. They're around here. Get them out here. I think I want to bring them up. 4 years... Because they've been with us, and Barron's home, and he's watching this. He's watching. He's a little young. He's watching. They love Barron, huh? We love Barron. And Ivanka's great. She watches. She loves this whole thing. She loves it. She loves you. She loves it. She loves the whole thing. But I just thought, you know, it's sad because we've been doing this for 9 years. We've had hundreds of rallies, hundreds. Actually, numbers that are not even conceivable. I've heard 800, 900, I don't know, but we don't even count them. And they're all like this. They're all these magnificent, magnificent rallies. And this is the last one I'm going to have here. And I have one left, a whole thing. And remember, the rallies are the most exciting thing. There'll never be rallies like this. You know, you're going to have some leading candidate come in 4 years. And honestly, if they're successful, they'll have 300 or 400 people in a ballroom someplace. This is never going to happen again. It happens every single time. And it's never happened in the world. There's never been, this is a movement that's never happened, and it's going to be a movement that's going to save our country. It's going to be a movement that's going to save, but it's sad in terms of we'll never have this, but we'll have other get-togethers, and in a way, all what we're doing, all these years of work, and you know, we started off with that very bad situation 4 years ago, and it was so sickening to wait 4 years. And if I didn't do so well, I did so much better the second time than the first. I wouldn't have done this if I took in less votes. We took in close to 12 million more votes. I mean, Barack Hussein Obama, he didn't do that. He got far less votes the second time, and he won. And he's a major divider. I watched him the other night. I mean, he's a very divisive guy. I've always said that. He is a very divisive guy. And his wife, I've always been so nice. Ooh, she was hitting me. She was hitting me, Michelle. She was hitting me. That wasn't nice. I've always been nice, but they're dividers, I'll tell you right now. We're not going to stand. Dividers are no good. He's a highly overrated man, I'm telling you that. But he's a divider. I watched him with this crap where he's trying to get her in. He's the one that pushed her in the first place. And look what happens. I mean, I hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, this country's in big trouble. But we've been doing this now for 9 years, and we had a great first term. We rebuilt our military. We cut taxes more than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan, who did a big tax cut. We cut more regulations. We developed an open Space Force through the Congress, and I think that's going to go down. First time in 82 years that last one was the Air Force. We did that. I mean, think of all the different things that we did. We were respected all over the world. China respected us. Everybody respected us. There was no laughing at your leader. They came up with all these hoaxes, Adam Schiff and all this scum that we have in this country. They're scum. And they knew it was a hoax. And they tried to put this guy who didn't know anything about Russia, they tried to put him in jail, Adam Schiff, conceived of the story. Think of it. Adam Shifty Schiff, one of the truly unattractive people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the largest head and the smallest neck. He's got a neck that's about 4 inches around. He's got a watermelon on top of it. But he's not a stupid person, but he's an evil kind of person. And he's likely going to be a senator, unfortunately. But I mean, this scum is going to be a senator. So their movement carries on, but our movement carries on too. As long as ours carries on. No, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. Do you think he can play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't think so. One shot, and there goes the whole thing would fall apart. One little shot. One tiny tap like that, boom, falls off. No, but bad. But think of how bad this is. I don't want to put him on the spot, but this kid went through hell on a story that they knew was made up, Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. And I saw Schiff come out of an intelligence meeting or something. He's not supposed to even do this, but he goes out in this press, and he says, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he's done with Russia. Right? And I said, whoa. I said, what's this all about? So I called him up. I said, Don, what's going on? I said, Dad, I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't do anything. He went before grand juries. He went before what they did to this guy was, and you know what? I think he became tougher because of it, maybe too tough. I think he's too tough, Sarah. I don't like it. He's too tough. They've made my son too tough, Mike. But he's a great guy, and he's a good person, and they put him through hell. But think of it. What person, and Hillary was in the act, they spied on my campaign. It's now proven. Spied on my campaign. The Russia, Russia, Russia thing with Mueller, you saw Mueller's performance in Congress, right? He didn't know anything. We were totally exonerated. But for 2 years, this guy went through hell. He went through hell. He had nothing to do with Russia. He didn't know anything about it. They went through millions of phone calls. They didn't find one phone call to Russia. It was a hoax. But think about how bad you have to be. We're going to put the son of the President of the United States in prison for what he's done with Russia. And he knows it was a hoax because he conceived of the hoax along with Crooked Hillary and the rest of them. And Obama, in my opinion. No, but think of it. He conceived of a hoax, and he wants my son to go to prison. That is human scum, I'm sorry. And he'll probably go on to be a senator. And that's okay, because we have blocked them. Everything we've done, we've won against, but they are bad people. You know, if they put that genius toward making our country great, boy, would we have fun. We would have fun together. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that. It'd be great if we could bring everybody together. The time we came together is just previous to COVID. We had the most successful country ever in history. We were doubling up in China. They were paying us billions of dollars. No other president took in anything. And you know what was happening? Everybody had jobs. African American, Asian American, everybody. Asian, the Hispanics. Look at me with Hispanics. Hispanics, they remember that period 4 years, 5 years ago. But everybody was successful. Men, women, people that went to MIT, Harvard, and Wharton, and people that didn't have a degree. Everybody was doing better than they've ever done before. People that never graduated from high school. And I'll tell you what was happening is I was getting calls from people that I would say are the radical left, but people that were definitely very far left, and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing. This country was coming together, and then we got hit with something that nobody knew what the hell it was, although I did say it was from the Wuhan lab. I was right about that. And bad things happened, and we actually did a great job. Never got the credit for that. We got the credit for what we did with the economy. For what we did, we rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and we knocked the hell out of ISIS. It took them. They were fighting ISIS for 18 years. It took me 4 weeks to get rid of them, right? 4 weeks. So, 4 weeks to get rid of them. But I will tell you, and I just say this because so many people say, is there any way to unify the country? And I used to sort of say, no, look, we want to have walls, we want to have borders, and they don't. I think it has to just be explained. I think that's an easy one. They want the men and women sports things. You know, I've been a politician for now, I can't believe I say that, but 9 years. I've had a lot of people come up and say, well, what about taxes? What about this? Nobody's ever said, sir, it's really important to allow men to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody say it. Nobody's come up to me and said, you know, on the transgender thing, sir, it's very important to my family that you get that. I mean, these things are crazy. And yet on television, that's all they talk about. That's all they talk about. But we're going to turn this country. The bottom line is it was really starting to come together. Then we got hit. We got to fix that. Think of it. And when I turned it back over, the stock market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming in. Think of it. Amazing. We handed them something beautiful, and they blew it. They blew it right out the window. It's terrible. They blew it, and now we're going to end up in a depression, frankly, if you look at the numbers that we are going to present in a second. But I just want to thank my kids because they are great kids, and they have been with me from the beginning. They've been with me right from the beginning. And I thought I should do that because we go to Michigan tonight, and we do one final. We'll do 4 tonight. But we go to Michigan, and I really thought I should recognize my children. So this is the second to last one. That's sad, because we've been together. I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women, the whole thing. We have people that have come to hundreds of the rallies, and we all love it. And, you know, they all love the country. Everyone they don't come to our rallies if they don't love the country, just because they wouldn't do it. But but here's the only thing in closing. We have done these rallies, and they were only done for one purpose, to put us in a position that we can be put in tomorrow to fix our country, because the rallies, otherwise it's just nice entertainment. So all of these rallies that we've had for years now, they're done to put us, and you know, after that last horrible situation, and so many bad things happened, China was immediately allowed to go buy oil, and Iran has hundreds of billions of dollars now. They had nothing. They were broke, and so many other things happened, and it's really sad. But we were put in a position with these rallies where, I can't tell you yet, but I mean, we're certainly on the 2 or 3 yard line, and the only way we can blow it is if you blow it. I've given you the ball. I mean, you got to go and vote. You got to vote. And if they vote, Susie, right? If they vote, it's over. And they know it. They know it. They know it. They've already pulled out of a couple of states, you know, states like, the word is they pulled out of North Carolina. They cut all their ads. They're using the money someplace else. I even heard they ran out of money. They don't have any money with all the money they raise. And they get a lot of it from unions and this and that. Even though some of the guys were telling me, the steelworkers, they say the steelworkers are with you, just the top guys aren't. Because you know what? I don't even blame them. It's a habit. So many years, 50, 60, 70 years, they support the Democrats like a habit. But they're going to do a lot better with me. I want to tell you one quick story because it has to do with these people, because I want to save their jobs, whether it's auto workers or steel workers. So China, I have a friend who's the best and the biggest auto factory builder in the world, I guess. Very big, very good, very capable guy, John. And I see him, and we're talking about a year ago, and he said, yeah, we're building some big, oh, good, I want to see, we're building some big auto factories. Great, I want to see one. When can we go? I want to take a look, because, you know, I'm thinking about running pretty hard, and that's a big thing. We got to save Michigan. We got to save Detroit. Detroit's got big problems. But just generally the car industry, right? It's a big industry. We want to be at the top. So I want to see one of the factories. Okay, good. We're going to go down to Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to look at it. No, we don't build the big ones over here. What do you do? He said, it's just, we don't. It just doesn't work that way. So he said, as an example, we're building a really big one in Mexico right near the border. I said, who's the owner or the principal? He said, China. So China's building a massive auto, massive. He said, it'll produce probably more cars than the state of Michigan produces, when you think, you know, because they have smaller plants. They're all over the place. Some of them are very old. I said, that's bad. That's going to kill Michigan. It's going to kill Detroit. It's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and various other places that are involved. That's really bad. This is a big, yeah, they're going to build more. And I thought about it, and about 2 months ago, I let it be known that I'm going to put tariffs on all the cars that they're going to be selling us into the United States. And I let it be known that the tariffs will be about 100%, and 100% tariff on any car that's made in these factories in Mexico, probably any car coming in from Mexico. Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl, and I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin. And I'm not playing games. And I'm doing the same thing to China. If they want to sell Mexico fentanyl at levels that nobody, it's going crazy right now what they're doing. You know, at least we fought it like hell, and we did relatively successful. You can never, I mean, they put it in hubcaps of cars. It's tough. It's all over the place. It's genius, some of these devices they come up with. But I've told China, you want to sell, we're going to have a good relationship with China, hopefully. I want to have a good relationship. But you sell fentanyl into the United States through Mexico, we're putting a 25% or so tariff on until such time as you stop doing it. And they're not going to do it for long, because that is a massive penalty. And we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight with guns. You know, I had no wars. I stopped wars. I stopped 2 countries from fighting each other that have nothing to do with us. You can ask Rick Grinnell, who did a great job for us, and you can ask, I stopped, you can ask Mike Pompeo, he's here. I stopped countries from fighting wars that had nothing to do with us. Just say, listen, fellas, you've been killing each other for 1,000 years. If you keep, and they both did business with the United States and made money. I said, if you keep fighting like this, you're killing people. Lots of people are dying. That's all I cared about. I didn't care where they're from, but people are dying. Good people are dying because these leaders are stupid. And so I said, if you keep doing it, I'm putting a 50% tariff on everything that you do business with the United States on. I'm talking to two countries. They call me up the next day together. We have resolved our differences. It didn't help me, but you know what? I saved a lot of lives. So getting back to the auto plant, because, you know, I may be the greatest weaver of all time. But what happens, only brilliant people can do that. Stupid people can't do it because they get lost. Where am I? So the stories are very boring. They have to go right down like this, right down to the bottom. They can't weave it all, but I can weave and tell you all these stories. And they're all related, and in some cases not too much, 10%, but 10% is enough. So getting back to where we started. So I see John. I'm at the Detroit Economic Club last week. Had a great people. And I see John sitting in the audience right where that big, strong guy is with the label in his jacket, right there. You with a hat on. Big, powerful guy. He's much more powerful physically than John, I can guarantee you that. But I see John sitting right there, and I'm making a speech. I want to see John. I want to get this speech over with. I want to find out what the hell's happening with that plant. But I had told everybody that if they build that plant, I'm putting a 100% tariff on every car that stupid plant makes, because they're looking to hurt our country. And I did that and then sort of forgot about it. But now I see John. I say, do me a favor, that guy sitting over there, please bring him backstage after I'm finished speaking. They bring him backstage. I say, hi, John, how's that plant going where China's going to spend all that money to build a big plant that's going to hurt the United States and kill its auto industry? He said, sir, I was notified last week that they've given up the plant. They're not going to build it. They think you're going to win. And if you win, they think it's going to be a very bad experience for them. They're going to lose their show. And that's what happened. And I stopped it. And those guys back there, I took some pictures with a few of them, and they were hugging and kissing me. I said, get off me. Look at the size of those arms over there. They never kissed a man in their life. But you know why? Because I put tariffs on China dumping steel in the United States, and every one of those guys is working now, right? And they're all working now, and their steel plants are open. And I was just starting. So they like Trump. The rank and file loves Trump. The other guys are sort of like, there's something strange going on. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't want the other guys. I just want these guys. I'll tell you, the Teamsters supported Trump, 62%. And they have a great leader. They have a great leader in the Teamsters, right, Steve? Sean O'Brien is a great leader, but he just took a neutral, and I think that's good. But he took a neutral position. But they took a vote with the Teamsters, and the Teamsters voted for us, and the firemen voted for us. I mean, everybody's voting for us. And I like union, I like non-union, I like everything. Depends where you are, but the unions have been amazing. But the steel unions, they were all going to go out of business. If I didn't put those tariffs on, there wouldn't be one steel plant in this country open, and that's a business, right? And that's a business we need. Look, I'm going to keep us out of World War III. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever had, steel is a business you have to have. If we ever had a war, you need steel. War with China. Oh, do you think they'll keep selling us steel? I don't think so. We need more steel from China as we attack China. These people are crazy. So that's one of the reasons I like those guys. And it was a 50% tariff, and I would have lifted it higher, but they practically stopped. And all these steel mills are open today because of what I did. There wouldn't be a steel mill in the country. And these guys didn't have the guts. They would have never had the guts to do it. So 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for the American workers and the auto workers, all workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. We got to get the prices down, and we will. When we bring the energy way down, the prices are going to come down. It's very simple. It's not that complicated. When they took over energy and they made it like they're going to close up everything, the prices of energy went up, and that drives it. It's so big, energy, it's so powerful. And we have more than any other country, but we don't use it. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history with only 12,000 jobs that were created. We're used to hearing 250,000 jobs. It wasn't as good as we anticipated. 12,000 jobs. That's like Walmart. Think of it. Oh, Walmart deals in those numbers. This is a country. But listen to these numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. And most of the hiring is done by government jobs, so it's easy. You just tell the government to hire some more people to keep your numbers up. But they're not the jobs you want. You want the jobs like the people standing behind me. And listen, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs were wiped out. And these are government numbers. These are not Trump numbers. This is not Trump. This is government. We get it right off the tabs. They were wiped out. 100 jobs, manufacturing jobs, were lost since the start of this year. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force over a very short period of time. Just think, a few months ago, they had fraudulently claimed, these people are crooks, they had fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created. And it was a fraud. And what happened is they wanted it because that was such a big number that it made the jobs picture not look great, frankly, because they're so far down. But it looked okay. It wasn't like a story. You know, they had a normal thing. So they created a fake 818,000 jobs, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They wanted to get away with it right through the election and then announce a week after the election that they're going to revise the numbers. How would you like to be me? And that happened. When I heard this, I looked up, I said, thank you, God. Thank you very much. Because, you know, how would you like to be me and have a phony, well, I sort of had that the last time, in all fairness, with all the phony crap, but how would you like to be me and let's say I didn't win because the economy looked like it was doing okay, and then you see that they fraudulently put down almost 1 million jobs on the rolls, and then they announced that we're going to revise the numbers downward. But they also did something else because they just revised past jobs report down by an estimated 112,000 fake jobs. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs, and the press doesn't want to write about it. But Megyn Kelly will write about it and talk about it, and others will, but they have to know about it. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the United States of America has gone only to migrants. Migrants have occupied 100%. And these are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading. If she's elected, that's where we're heading. If she's elected, this is a depression. This is a 1929, and there was nothing worse than that. This is in 1990s where it was not good, but fine. This is a 1929 where people were jumping off buildings. This is a 1929. It took 25 years to recover from that mess. And I always said, I said it before, the one president I don't want to be under any circumstances is Herbert Hoover. And that was done by bad tax policy simultaneously with lifting all sorts of other things that made it impossible for people. A lot of mistakes were made. But it took 20 to 25 years to recover. And I don't want that happening. And that's going to happen with her. She doesn't have a clue. She doesn't have a clue. And, you know, I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just rip some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here. And she's doing it. Come up, Megan. Come up here, Megan. She ripped a guy apart.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy? At his age, I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know, yeah. You may have seen he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America, and that's why he was at all these protests, and he felt it was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. But then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. He mentioned it. And people like Laken Riley. I'll be thinking about her tomorrow all day. 22 years old, killed in Georgia, a young nursing student by an illegal. I'll be thinking about Jocelyn Nungare, 12 years old, in Texas, murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Laken Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. Peyton McNabb, North Carolina sophomore in high school, slammed so hard in the face by a volleyball hit at her by a boy pretending to be a girl, she suffered traumatic brain injury and permanent paralysis. Kamala Harris looks at her and says, "Be kind, suck it up." And that's what's right. Why do our girls have to face brain damage in order to be kind to boys who want to invade their sports? And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong. And you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys, too. Our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you. Guys like these guys who've got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequences of her disastrous economic policies. These guys will. He gets it. President Trump gets it. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. We care, young women and older, about the lives of our children, the safety of our children. And we need not get so obsessed with what happens when they're in the womb that we forget about taking care of them once we're here and they're loved. Last point, what I don't want, what I don't think you want, is the left's version of masculinity. You see that ad they did about Trump voters trying to encourage women to lie to their husbands so that they could vote for her instead of Trump? That's their version of what marriage looks like. An overbearing husband who bullies his wife into saying she voted one way as opposed to an honest, open relationship. Oh, wait, I'm talking about Kamala and Doug. Okay, sorry. Where was that story in the news? Where was that story? I don't remember a single media person, not one, who sat with him, asked him about the abuse allegations against him by a successful professional attorney who has great details, who has receipts, who has witnesses. No one even asked about it. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight. I hope all of you do what I did last week. Vote Trump and get 10 friends to vote Trump too.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. Whoa. Oh, wow. I have some more big news, Megan. I'm just getting this right now. So somebody that's very, very respected asked me to do his show 2 weeks ago, and I said, why not? And to me, it's very big because he's the biggest there is, I guess, in that world by far. Somebody said the biggest beyond anybody in a long time. And his name is Joe Rogan, and he's never done this before. And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that right? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that, so. And he tends to be a little bit more liberal than some of the people in this room. No, I had a lot of fun, and he was amazing, and it was a 3-hour interview. In fact, I was 2 hours late for a rally that we had. I had explained that a little bit, and it was cold out that night. We flew, but we had to make it. We were more than 2 hours late, and they understood. I said, I just was interviewed by a very interesting guy, and he just kept going on. They called it a long form, and it could have gone a lot longer, but he was great. And he's not a person that does endorsements, but he did an endorsement. So I just want to thank Joe Rogan. That's fantastic. And Megan, thank you very much. That was something. That's really something. Also with us tonight is the man that I hope is going to be your next senator. He's a winner. He's tough. He's smart. He loves your state. He loves your Commonwealth, and he will take this Commonwealth to new heights. He's just a spectacular guy, Dave McCormick. And Dave, I think, stand up, bro. I think you, I looked at a poll before, and I think you're doing very well. He's against a survivor. The guy is a survivor. He's a lousy senator, doesn't do a thing. Do you think he's talking about fracking? That guy talks about fracking. He's not letting fracking get it disturbed in any way, shape. We'll double up the fracking and the jobs and everything else. She's totally against, but everything in his life he's done has been successful. He was tremendously successful in college. He was a really good athlete. I don't know, he was a wrestler, but I think the Penn State guys probably could have taken him. What do you think, huh? What do you think? I think maybe, but you never know, right? You never really know. There could be an upset in the making. But he's been successful at everything. He went to Wall Street, became one of the most important people on Wall Street. And I just want to say that I hope you vote for him. He's going to be a great, great senator. The Commonwealth will be happy. You'll view it as a terrific vote. And think of it, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. We have another man who's a great senator from Tennessee. I love Tennessee. You know why I love him? For a lot of reasons, but we won by 31% last time. We didn't have to do this late night stuff with Pennsylvania, but I think Pennsylvania, I think we're gonna have a big number in Pennsylvania too, but I want to thank you, Senator. Bill Haggerty, please. Thank you, Senator. Good-looking senator, too. There's something about that. And you have we have so many celebrities here, it's incredible. But, Bill, thank you very much. Good. Mike Pompeo, please stand up. Mike. He lost all that weight. He's so thin now. Looks good. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it very much. And we have members of Congress that are warriors. These guys have been fighting with me, meaning fighting with me in the proper way, not the bad way. And they're incredible people. John Joyce, Mike Kelly, G.T. Thompson, Guy Reschenthaler. These are terrific people. And somebody told me that, Guy, you were a terrific wrestler. Is that true? I didn't hear that. So I'm never going to fight him. That's all. You know, when you hear that stuff, don't ever go against the odds, right? That's fantastic. I heard really good. Thank you very much, Guy. I appreciate it. Former Congresswoman and Democratic, and she was a good candidate too for President of the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, a woman of great common sense. A woman of great common sense. And she just switched over to the Republican Party, so that's good. She was a Democrat. Then she became an independent, and then she became, thank you very much. It's a great honor. She's a fantastic person. I always said, you know, I've watched her for a long time, and I'd say that's a woman of great common sense, because it's all about common sense. We could say conservative, it's common sense, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. A woman that we're very proud of. She started with us in the Oval Office in the White House. She became press secretary, and she then became the governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sarah, thank you. Beautiful, thank you. She's doing a good job, too. Oh, we have so many great people. So somebody that ran for president, and let me tell you, he was good, he was smart, he was so impressive to me, and he was, I watched the whole thing go on. They said, should you run? I said, listen, I got a 72-point lead over everybody. People want to hire a smart person, not a smart, to be president. When you're leading by 70 or 72 points, why should you go on a debate and have 12 people knock the hell out of you? Because eventually it's got to have a little impact. So I said, I'll sit out the debates, but I watched the debates, and I watched this man, and he was unbelievable, the governor of North Dakota. He's become one of the great oil experts. That state is doing unbelievable since he's been governor. And he was like me. He was a successful businessman. He made a lot of money, and he wanted to run, and he knew the state. He was in the state, and he ran for governor. He won. He's been one of the best governors in the country, very smart, and we got to bring him in because he's not going to be running again. I guess he's term limited or something, but he's not. And we're going to find a good place for this guy. We're not going to let him go. Governor Doug Burgum. Thank you. Thank you very much. And his wife, Catherine. Catherine is phenomenal. The son of one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You think I don't know about Roberto Clemente? Oh. So Roberto Clemente Jr., and I hear he's quite a player also, but I'll tell you, I remember his father in deep right field. I remember the throw. You know, I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of throws. And baseball doesn't seem to be quite what it was. We got to do something about that, you know? Too many stations, too many games, too late at night. They should hire me as commissioner, although I like their commission, I do. Some commissioners I don't like. But, you know, make baseball good. But I saw, come up here for a second, wherever you may be. Where is this guy? Because this guy was like, come up here, come on up here. Anybody with that gene, anybody with the blood in him of Roberto Clemente. Puerto Rico, I love Puerto Rico. Come on, come here. Tell them how great was your father. Thank you. That's beautiful. Please.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Well, one thing that I can say is that I'm very proud to be here. For the first time, I had to take a step forward. It is very important for me to support this man because I believe tomorrow is a change of time. And to answer your question, to be able to talk about my father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families, my 3 kids that are very young and we live here in Pennsylvania. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
Wow. Well, Bobby's going to like that. Bobby's great, by the way. He's going to work, and he's going to work with it, but now he's going to work with Roberto Jr., Bobby Kennedy. You know, he's a credible guy. It's not an easy step. You know, they've been Democrats a long time, the Kennedy family. I'm sure they were thrilled, but Bobby had to do the right thing, and he did, and he's going to be very much involved. You know, he's got a tremendous view on health and pesticides and all the stuff, and we're not really a healthy country. Look at some countries are much healthier than we are, and they don't use all of this stuff. And so Bobby's going to pretty much do what he wants. I want him to do something really important for our country. It makes people healthier. We have obesity. We have every problem you can have, and Bobby feels very strongly about it. And he's going to be very much right. The only thing I told him, though, Bobby, you got to do one thing. Do whatever you want. You just go ahead. Work on the pesticides. Work on making women's health. He's so into women's health. And, you know, he's really unbelievable. It's such a passion. But I said, Bobby, I want you to do it, but leave the liquid gold to me. Don't trample that. Don't trample on our liquid gold, because we're going to we have more than any other country in the world by far. Don't trample on that, Bobby. Let me just close your eyes. Let me just make our country rich as hell. So I got to keep him away from that. That could be a problem, but I got to keep him away from that. So that's so exciting with Meghan and Joe. That's so exciting. I mean, we have so many great endorsements. It's just really amazing. By the way, Roberto Clemente, you know, we all see a lot of plays, and you forget about them. Even for those of us that have very good memories, you forget them. But I remember playing the Mets, the poor Mets. They were playing the Mets, and a ball was hit into the corner of right field. He played right field. And he went over, a rocket was hit there, and he went over and he was deep in the corner of right field, and the player started marching to the plate, pretty fast runner, and I've never seen, and I remember sort of everything. And Roberto Clemente, because he was a great hitter and all, you think of him as a hitter, but he was an incredible fielder, but he had the best arm, I think, in baseball. He threw from the deep corner of right field. It was not possible to do this. A ball that never was more than 10 feet off the ground, a strike, and the runner was out. And I said, well, there go my aspirations about being a professional baseball player. It was the greatest throw I've ever seen to this day, and so I wanted to. It's funny, he was one of the greatest hitters, but I remember him more for the throw than the hitting even. So it's an honor, and Bobby is going to be thrilled, and I've heard so many great things about you, Roberta. We're going to get you lined up, okay? I love that. Thank you very much. That's a great honor. Also, Mayor J.D. Longo is here, and Sean Parnell. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor. Good job you're doing. Good job you're doing. And a couple of friends of mine are here. Steve Witkoff, who's given so much money to North Carolina and any place that has trouble. This guy, I always bring him with me. You know why? Because if there's a trouble, he opens his. Well, he made a lot of money, and he loves giving it away to people and places that have trouble. He's an amazing guy, actually, and he opened his wallet to North Carolina, to Georgia, to a woman last night, Carmen, who lost her daughter to a migrant 5 days ago, and he felt very badly. He just helps people. He likes to help people. He's a great businessman, but he loves giving the money away. Thank you very much. Steve, stand up. Thanks. Steve Witkoff. And another man who's with us tonight, Howard Lutnick. He's working on transition with Linda McMahon, a phenomenal woman. And he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald. His whole firm was taken down in the World Trade Center catastrophe. The plane flew right into him practically. He had the top 3 floors. Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the most successful firms on Wall Street. And he was riding down the road at West Side Highway, and he actually saw this happen. He said, oh, my God. He saw it happen. He saw the plane go in. And you know why he wasn't there? He was always there at 6 o'clock in this morning. But for 5 years, his wife was saying, will you please take our child to school? And he said, no, I can't do it. I got to be in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning. The one day he agreed to take his beautiful child to school, he was delayed for 2 hours getting down there because he's taken this kid who turned out to be great, because a long time ago, I said, when you look at that beautiful person that you produced, you thank that person. You thank that person every single day. But he wasn't in, probably the only day, might have been the only day in your life that you weren't in that building at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? But his brother was in the building and hundreds of other people that worked for him. And his firm, outside of a few people in Europe, his firm was wiped out in 1 instant, 1 second it was wiped out. They were actually making phone calls to their families saying, we're stuck, we can't get out. All the fire exits were wiped out and the stairs were wiped out. You couldn't get out. They called their wives, they called, his brother was calling him and the wife. I mean, the whole story is crazy. And they all died, every one of them, and he had to rebuild. He wanted to rebuild, and he rebuilt the firm bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. And he gave a big chunk of the firm for an extended period of time to the relatives, wives, and family of the people that were killed. Howard Lutnick. It's a great story, actually. That's a great story. He's a great guy. And just one other group is here because this is, we are all inclusive. And if you see what's going on up in a really incredible place, a part of the country that's very incredible, but it's under siege. It's under siege. It's happening in Detroit. It's happening in a lot of other places, but Michigan is really under siege because of what they're doing to the auto business. We're bringing it all back. You see that we're going to through a series of intelligent tariffs, no taxes, but intelligent tariffs. All those companies are going to be brought back, but we've gotten to know and really understand Muslims for Trump. How about that? Muslims for Trump. And it's become a big movement in Michigan, a beautiful movement. And you know what they want? They want peace. They really do. They don't want to be in wars. They're very smart. And, it started off as a little thing, and it's grown and grown and grown. And now we have a much bigger vote than they do. Can you believe that? Because they said these people are stupid. All they want to do is, they didn't know what to do. Actually, they were in between, and she has no idea. She doesn't know where the hell she is. She can't. and they liked me, and I liked them. And let me just tell you, they want peace. They don't want to fight, and they're not involved in the terror and all the things that are going on. They're great people, and it's an honor for them. I don't know where they are, but Muslims for Trump, if you want to stand up, because this was a really great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I think there's tremendous cohesion, and I think they may very well be responsible for the kind of numbers we're showing up in Michigan. Michigan is really looking good, just like Pennsylvania's looking good, just like Georgia's looking good, just like Wisconsin is looking good. North Carolina is looking really good. Arizona's looking great. Nevada's looking great. Where else is there? But, you know, even Virginia, we had a great meeting, Glenn Youngkin. We had a tremendous crowd. You know, it's not a swing state, but we had a tremendous crowd in Virginia. I'm hearing New Hampshire, where, you know, these are states that aren't really in play in theory, but they're in play now. No, I think we're going to have a big day. But you have to go. Forget about the others. It doesn't matter. You have to go and vote. We win this state, it's over. We win the Commonwealth. We're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's going to be over. So get out and vote. That's all I ask. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala. We're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. Would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from, you're very close to World War III. You're very close, and we have people that are not the right people to handle it. They are grossly incompetent. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. They know what's going on. They know everything. They know the names of the people that are coming into our country. They know everything about them. All we have to do is let them do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt it, but now a lot was given away to Afghanistan. Can you believe? They had a parade last week where they paraded our beautiful equipment down the middle of their boulevard. I don't like watching that. And we should have never let them have Bagram, the big air base that's a mile. That's just literally an hour away from China. We will build a missile defense shield over our country, all made in the USA, and a lot of it made in Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment, your beautiful Second Amendment, which happens to be under siege, and for 4 years it was fine. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens and our land. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and it will be soon. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda, which is a landslide that is too big to rig. We're going to have too big to rig. So you need to get out immediately. You have to get out tomorrow. You have to get out tomorrow and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. They're the most sinister. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that the nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise that we will bring back, we will take it back, we'll do whatever we have to do, the nation that we love. We love this nation. I mean, I'm doing this. I could be in the most beautiful beaches in the world getting whacked by saltwater waves with sharks in it, by the way. I don't like that. I'd rather be here. I want to be right here in Pittsburgh. With those big, strong men back there. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th, tomorrow, will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. This man is just hard working, dedicated. Think about it. He has one more rally in Michigan, and it is currently 9:31 p.m. How is this even possible? His energy is unmatched. I don't know how he's going to do it if it's still going to go to Michigan, but I can tell you he is going to go to Michigan because this is the last day. Election day is tomorrow in like what, a couple of hours from now. So, and people are saying this man is not fit or strong or like how this man's energy. He does more than I'm 29 years old. This man definitely has more energy. Like, like toe to toe, I'm sure he has more energy. He's working like 16, 18 hours a day. Like, what? Yeah, this is the kind of president that we need. Someone who actually works. Like, works. Okay. All right, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. To give this show a like, all you have to do is double tap your screen twice. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing to the channel. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in God. Okay. Thank you to all the moderators in the chat. Thank you to all the veterans in the chat. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to everybody, man. I am still going to be back tonight. It may not be tonight, maybe after midnight, but well, that's our regular time anyway, because we're always up here at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Okay, so Nikki knows about that. Nikki Lee knows about that, okay? C. Shelley knows about that, okay? Average Joe knows about that, okay? They know about the late nights streaming, okay? So I gotta do one or two things. Of course, I gotta get my daughter to bed because she's out here doing everything. So I will be back here, but I gotta handle some other businesses. And yes, God bless you. Genesis is going to be back, okay? God bless you.